Okie dokie. Sorry about the delay there. Minorly inhaling a sandwich. I still have a second one over there, which I don't think I'm going to make because you guys have been waiting long enough. I do apologize for that delay. It has certainly been a long day. Very, very long day. But, Rumen, the best wings. The best wings. Some honey and some mustard. That sounds fantastic. Mountain lion declaring his presence known by the sound of the Viking war horn. You are also here, my friend. How is everybody today? Eat and or take all the time you need. Tell us GFN and enjoy it. No, I can't do that, though. But you know what I do have? Check this out. I have a container of goldfish that is the size of my cranium. Oh, yeah, buddy. Like, I guess we could call this a storm of cheddar. And it's just my head being replaced by a giant box of goldfish. Another beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Indeed. I still have some leftover gummy bears. I have a cherry vanilla Coke, which is fantastic, mind you. And some Utz party mix that's still left. My goblins would have that gone in a day. That is why they are not there, and they are right over there instead. Oh. But I've got some good news. Waylon and A Killer's Confession have announced another leg of the tour, or, well, a whole new tour, going all over the place, here, there, and everywhere, all sort of willy-nilly. They're making it up to New England. A couple of New England shows, actually. A couple of shows in New Hampshire, one show in Massachusetts. So I'm going to try to hit the Massachusetts show. So we got Hampton Beach up in New Hampshire. We've got Laconia, which is like the big biker Laconia. So there is that. Also, unfortunately, with the convention circuits and the stuff being the way that it is, and rules changing at a moment's notice and the drop of a hat, Gigi Edgley was not able to make... Ooh, I almost knocked that over. That would have been bad. She was not able to make it to not New Hampshire. She was not able to make it to Massachusetts for November. But she is making it to New Hampshire for October. So I may end up going up on a weekend to see Gigi Edgley. So there's that. My 2-month-old granddaughter has spent the day with us, having a blast. That's fantastic news. 2 months old is like it's like a water balloon, little tiny water balloon, just like a bubbly headed water balloon, just kind of all sorts of, jiggly and stuff like that. So that is fantastic. That is great news. My niece, my brother's daughter, she's 5 months, six months. The food talk, and I'm still on a diet, but I'm 20 pounds down for 2 months, and that's awesome. That is great, fantastic news, and I am so thrilled to hear it. I want to say that I maybe lost a couple of pounds in the past week and a half with all of the walking and wandering around. But I don't know if I did. So, Rumbada, because I know now that you have joined my little social media, you get to see some of the other pictures that I don't typically share elsewhere, like on the Discord or the Instagram or anything like that. So you got to see the adventure from the weekend, which was a lot of fun. And if you went back a little bit further, you would have seen the adventure from the previous weekend or weekend and a half or whatever the timetable wound up being. So all of my goofy adventures all over the place, which has been a lot lately. And I kind of didn't figure that I was going to be doing so much stuff so soon. So next weekend I might be having something. In November I might be having a couple of things. So there's stuff that's actually happening for a change, which is awesome. And speaking of things that are happening, let's move this Tatra and build some stuff. Yeah, Relic, I don't know, did I send you any of the... So also, my nephew, he is, well, I mean, it's just a title. I don't know if it's a I was gonna go with if you build it, they will come. But then I was like, wait a minute. Nobody's gonna show up because there's like nobody else on this map. There's only me. So there's nobody else to show up if I build anything. So I am really the only one, DJ Trailway, that is going to be using the bridge that we spent an excessive amount of time putting together. Also, I'm curious now if we actually transport another load of lumber to the location here, which is Podonskoy Village, we need 2 units of wooden planks. And I don't know what that's going to do. So, no clue. So either way, let's continue on our merry way and see what else we can obtain. Perhaps we will actually get these metal rolls, repair the water tower, and that might do something, because the strangest thing happened last night when we repaired, when we dropped off, the fuel cistern. So we dropped off a trailer into the lumber yard, and it ended up clearing up a bunch of branches and debris, which was the weirdest, goofiest, strangest thing that I think I've seen happen. So I don't know what other changes are actually going to take place if we do something like, drop off more stuff that, people just say, hey, I need these things. Can you get them to me, buddy? I mean, I'll give it a go. We'll see what happens. Also, we're barely moving, but we're in high gear in all-wheel drive, and this thing is not bogging out or bogging down. This thing has a lot of power. I'm slightly impressed. So far, this is infinitely better than the other Tatra. The Tatra Force, which has that really goofy, the hell is it? The lift body, the tow body, which was just like 10 kinds of awful. Can't hear the game sound? Hold on. Oh, you know what? Okay. All right, hold on. Hold, please. Something apparently has happened here. Let's see. Thank you for letting me know. So we will do this. We will do this. We got it back? I think we got it back. Let me know if you guys hear it now. I think it should be okay. Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, sometimes that's like the second time that's happened in, well, it's been a while, but it did happen once before. But the nice thing about it is I just have to reset the stuff, and it all works all over again. Just like the web camera, if it goofs up, or the microphone, that I can just never find a good position for this darn thing. Other than right in my face. But that kind of cuts down on the background noise of everything else around me. So you don't get an echo or anything weird, but that's beside the point. Service spare parts. Your spare parts, bud. All right. Letterkenny references aside. Truck. Trailer. Okay, so that drops us from S plus on the power to weight down to just regular S. Absolutely, DJ Trailway. Absolutely. It's all good. No, but I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. All right, so now we have to try to deliver this stuff to the yellow map. But yeah, so kind of a dreary day today outside. It has been an exceptionally long day today as well. Right about lunchtime, wound up with a hell of a migraine. Then I had to put a 27-line order. All right, I'm stuck on something. 27-line parts order in without really being able to see the screen. That really wasn't working out so well. That was a very difficult page worth of part numbers trying to input all of that stuff in there. But we got it done. But then the tour announcement is great news, and now I just have to figure out how to get a ticket to the venue itself, which I don't know if they're on sale yet. So I work in auto parts. All the auto parts. If I worked in, well, technically I guess you could say it's a little bit having to do with logistics, because it is ordering, trying to locate, seeing when I can get something. There's a lot to it. It's not difficult, it's just kind of annoying at times. So there's that. Any day now, buddy. I wonder how this thing's going to do in the second map. But yeah, there's inputting the orders, getting everything going. And it's amazing how being just one digit off can wreak havoc on something. Because then you get something completely different. Ask me how I know. Better yet not. That's okay. Actually, you know what I could do too? I have a fuel truck. So, I don't particularly enjoy the Tatra Force with the fuel body. I was a buyer for HPE and had almost the same chores with the ones you mentioned. Yeah, there's a lot to it. There is there's a parts locator between companies and such like that, so you kind of have a better generalized idea of who has what. But there's also additional warehouses that you can use, having to deal with tire manufacturers and distributors, all of that stuff. So there is a lot of logistical elements to it. And if I was ever working in an actual warehouse or something like that, any kind of shipping, receiving, That's on point with my skill set. We'll put it that way. I mean, it's not terrible. The only thing that makes the job difficult is the people. Having to deal with the people is what makes the job less than pleasant. Anyways. Is this my road to nowhere? I think it is. What was that a theme song for a movie for? That was it the Coneheads? Guess you're working with SAP. I work with a lot of stuff. Baited! Thank you so very much for the follow. Hope you are doing fantastic today. I am doing okay today. I am here, so I'm actually doing better. Significantly better, mind you. Although I do have to work this weekend, so there is that. People can make you love the worst job. Yes. Yes, you are 100% correct on that. It really is the attitude of the people that really makes or breaks something. Like, if you deal with miserable people all day long, it is very, very difficult to keep an upbeat attitude. And that's why, and here's the thing, that's why when I'm here, there is no reason for me to have any kind of bad attitude. There is no reason for me to be unhappy about anything. I mean, yeah, sure, I can be unhappy or whatever, but there's no reason to be sour. There's no reason to be, you know, like hostile or outwardly venomous about anything. Because I'm here. And I'm not at work. This is fun time. This is relaxing, kick back, enjoy the scenery as we move through the Dawn region of SnowRunner, and have a blast while doing it. So that's what we're going to do. And I really like this lime... Well, it's not even a lime green color. I love the green on this Tatra Phoenix. I'm kind of thinking... Now, the Kodiak with the fuel tank, not the best. Short distances, it's okay. So we'll park you there, because we're already down to a half a tank. Fuel tank into the Tatra Phoenix, so we'll do that. And then I think, let's see about... Let's see. You know, I haven't really used the Dan too much. So I like the Tatra Phoenix more than I like the Tatra Force. So we've got the Tatra Force here. Description. Yeah, okay, so this is designed in compliance with special military forces, requirements such as ability to be transported by air, mounting additional armoring, chemical protection systems, or even armaments. Tatra Force offers exceptional efficiency and truly military-grade reliability in harshest conditions. Then we go over to the Phoenix. Built on the proven Tatra chassis, the Phoenix model is a versatile, multi-role truck fit for the toughest terrain. Between thoughtful chassis design allowing for easy installation of superstructures and a powerful yet environmentally friendly engine setup, Phoenix can excel in any industrial environment. I like the Phoenix more. And here's the thing. The Phoenix is half of Mirror Flexin. So good of you to be hanging out, good sir. Or good individual, good person. Let's see. So I like the Tatra Phoenix more simply because it just seems to be a better truck overall. We put the fuel tank on the Tatra Force, and the truck is hot garbage. Hot garbage. The Tatra Phoenix is also an off-road truck. Let's do this. Because what I want to do is I want to see how this truck can do with the fuel carrier. So we have plenty of money to make this happen, so why not? Okay, even with the fuel carrier, this thing's S+ on the rating. So that's kind of cool. Kind of like hugely awesome. So this thing only has the 46-inch tires, which are a little bit on the small side, I kind of feel. Advanced medium. Engageable differential lock. Spare wheel. Always the spare wheel. And side swept. There we go. Tatra fuel carrier. Yes. Front side. Let's see. What do we want? The Beluga sun visor or the polymer sun visor. I don't think we can actually use those with other bits and pieces. So we have the... Can we do both? No, it's one or the other. So that is fog lights up front. Let's see about... All right, let's get rid of the... Yeah, we don't like fenders at all. They get in the way. Front bumper, light cage. Okay, so we use the light cage in addition to the bar at the top. That's what works for us. Yeah, so that's actually locked out. You can sell that. Miscellaneous. Twin horns. Why not? It's just more stuff to mount on the thing. More flash. If funnel or heat shield. I think we went heat shield on the last one. I mean, it looks cool. There's all that chrome in there. And color. Oh, look at that. I like the color, and I like the color because it changes the entire body of this thing. So, perhaps we have Barney Purple rolling down the trail at you. Or we have... Yeah, we can go for... Oh, we could do orange. Ooh. So we already have green. So we already have the green. How about... What do you say? Red or orange? Which one works better? The red? Red with the kind of gold, or orange with the black and white? I'm leaning towards the orange simply because it's not... Yeah, exactly. Mountain Lion, yep. Kind of leaning that way. Because the gold is a little gaudy, I feel. So we'll go orange. Good call. Thank you, Mountain Lion. And what do we want hanging from our rear view mirror? Pine tree. Pine tree? Nope. Pine forest. Or, wait a minute. Winter fresh. Nice. Northern coat of arms. Oh, that's a new trial. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Windshield stickers. Get it dirty. They like it dirty. Yeah, orange and black always has a snap to it. You are completely correct. No truck, no life. And Truck King. Truck King. Truck King? Truck King. Oh, that's awful. Why don't we use this goofy one? We'll use Wheeler because it puts those goofy little things right in the corner right there. So we'll do that. I don't think any of these are really going to be, because the contour of the door of the door right there sort of makes it look a little strange. So let's not specifically that. Yeah, none of these are really going to work for it, so let's not worry about that. Okay. And then let us advance the timeline so it is not dark. And let's see how stable this truck is. All right, ready? Okay, we haven't tipped over yet. Okay. Oops. Only a bump. Only a bump. Although it occurs to me, we don't have really any repair vehicles. But wait a minute, we can. I think we're supposed to be able to make a service plaza. Okay, this thing's cranking right along. Also, I'm going to try to get 2 more planks to make it over here and see what that actually does to like fix or spruce up the area. We'll find out. Oh, this thing's hauling. Yeah. As it's hauling, I thought of Hall & Oates, the band there, which then for some reason made me think of Jay Giles, who actually recently passed away, I think within the last year. Fun fact, Jay Giles lived in the same town. Used to shop at the supermarkets locally. And I know his sound guy. So the Jay Giles band sound guy, I know him. Good guy, too. Real good guy. Not Jay Giles. I never met Jay Giles. Although I did meet the band members of Seven Dust. That was at the Tattoo the Earth concert in 2001, I want to say. All right, this is all already doing way better than the Tatra Force. So, Mountain Lion, to answer your question more emphatically, I want to say the Tatra Phoenix is the far superior of the Tatra vehicles. That is just my current opinion. Except that horn. The horn is a little weird. Oh, you know what? If I had a whole bunch of different colored Tatras, they would all look like a bunch of giant Skittles. I mean, we've already got green and orange. That's kind of cool. Alright, so technically we can send the Tatra Force back. We can send back the Azov 64-131. He's got no more repair points for tires. Tatra Force has no... Tatra Force no longer has any onboard fuel. So that's dry and empty. Let's see. Yeah, this is a way more stable platform. Tatra Phoenix, way more stable platform. My daily inside history email. All right, so Antonov Visky Konovsky Nature Reserve in the Don Russian Federation. And there's that accordion. All right. Let's fire this up. Let's move it a little ways ahead. We can now use this little fella right over here. This bridge that we have finally crafted from the finest lumber of the Dawn region. We should also consider fueling up the boar when we go by. I'm kind of thinking there's a lot of stuff that we don't need here at the moment. We can generally do some housekeeping. This is going to come into play later, the sideboard semi-trailer. That's our 64-131. That's our Tatra Force. This is our International. This poor unfortunate soul. So that's going to be fueled up, sent back over to the lumber logging site to bring back over to the lumber mill to make some more planks, so then we can transport that stuff on out. Man, there's a lot of vehicles on this map right now. Oh, hey, and there's a Caterpillar 745C. Looking at that bridge, I can tell quality is job... quality is not job one. Quality is job done. It is finally out of the way. Thankfully, it's finally out of the way. Oh my god, is it finally out of the way. Alright, so even the littlest of angles and inclines does not take this truck and dump it on its side. So that is a huge plus. Also, I don't know why I'm going this way. Wait a minute. We just kind of keep coming around this way. Let's see where we can go. Let's see where the fuel truck is going to get us. Because I have no idea how effective this thing is going to be. Oh, it didn't tip over. That's already huge right there. This thing is already a significant improvement over the Tatra Force. Like, this is probably Azov 50... So it's Azov 5319 is the closest thing that I can come to actually comparing this thing to. This is respectable. This is very respectable. Okay, so this is the incline upon which we sit. Let's try to go downhill so we don't actually roll, because we were getting close. It was actually beginning to list to one side. You know, I don't know what's out here, so let's go find out. Journal, literally breaking the laws of physics. Well, so here's the thing about that. This truck right here, the Tatra Phoenix, we are comparing it to the Tatra Force. This orange is actually the color of the European Rescue Services, if I'm not... See, that's what I think I was kind of trying to go with, was like a... Whoa, that was actually kind of cool. This truck right here is doing infinitely better than the Tatra Force. This is listed as an off-road truck, while the Tatra Force is listed as a heavy truck. Heavy trucks being like the Kolobs or the Zik 605. But this thing is already way more impressive. This is a 345-liter fuel tank. That is almost... Jeez. Like 75% larger than the Azov 5319. It's more fuel efficient. I don't think it has nearly the size tires that we adequately need, but So if we go this way... Brave Sir Robin! Bonsoir, Mr. Le Storm. Bonsoir. Brave Sir Robin, how is everything? I hope you are fantastic. I do like this orange, though. This is a really... Uh-oh. Don't go too far. I do really, really like this orange. This is a nice orange. How the very devil are you? I am quite fantastic today. I am here. I have my Tatra Phoenix. We are not dumping over on the side while driving around aimlessly through places that I probably shouldn't be taking a fuel truck. I don't even know if I need to... I don't even know if I need to go in that area. Currently in Norn Iron on business. Yeah, let's just keep poking around. I mean, why not, right? I don't think there's anything over there that I need. I can't let you see anything, so no. Just go with it. Oops. So the interesting thing is when we move that fuel cistern trailer, just the amount of stuff that was actually cleaned up, and I think Fubar actually clipped my reaction when all of the stuff was being cleaned up. So I really wonder what kind of trip we're going to have back to the logging site to, get some more long logs. And probably right now, I bypassed, like, all of the trucks that needed fuel. Oh, no. No, wait. No, here they are. Also, I should consider getting fuel to the, what the hell is it? The International, the 5600 twin steer. All right, so, first things first. Let's show the boar a little bit of love, because the boar has been neglected. We tried to use the boar. The boar didn't really do so well. All right, fill up the boar. That was stone cold empty. That guy's also kind of empty right there too, but we don't really need that logging truck because we've had such issues with logging previously. And we don't want those issues again. We really don't want those issues. Because if it comes to trying to repack long logs on a long log trailer, Dr. Duck, do you feel there's not much contracts to do? I'm not a heavy user, and I finished everything. So, here's the thing. When we do stuff, typically we're not using the most efficient of vehicle on my end, so I tend to get myself into some rather interesting hijinks and shenanigans, and it tends to take a lot longer than it needs to be. Like, we didn't use the Zix 605 to transport the rather large trailer that was all the way over on this corner of the map. We used the Derry Longhorn 3149 and dragged it all the way over to here and then all the way over to the factory. Shenanigans absolutely make this game. If you want to do everything as efficiently as possible, I guess there's probably not nearly as much as you can do. But when we're doing things completely not the best way of doing things... Ooh, look at that. I think the back wheel actually came off the ground there. All right, so let's refuel the... Oh, the Paystar actually... We're doing pretty good on the Paystar. Okay. So, spin around. Head back to the lumber yard. I really like this truck. I really, really like this truck. And the fact that it has a fuel tanker on the back of it as we are essentially just off-roading to our heart's content, I love this. This is a blast. This is so much fun right now. Jolly good show. All right, let's see. This is where we spent all of our time trying to build this bridge. Several units of long logs, all kinds of planks, and this is what we have to show for it. We have some back alley carpenter putting together that. Actually not rescue service, but European Civil Protection. The logo is blue triangle in an orange, as on the truck. Circle, also machines are in the same color. Very cool. Thank you for that. Daughter Sir Robin says, you set your own difficulty. Makes me a proud dad, not gonna lie. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I like how it's handling with the... Yes, it is. She's 11 and gets it. You, Brave Sir Robin, your daughter Sir Robin, I present the almighty box of goldfish of awesomeness. I will have some, just basically for cheering on daughter Sir Robin, because daughter Sir Robin gets it. So I'm going to sit here. I still have a sandwich, too, and I still have gummy bears. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. So, we need to go fill up the International HX 520. International HX 520, not exactly the most effective. Oh, Dr. Duck, subscribing with a Twitch Prime. Super, super appreciate that. Thank you so very much for that. That's awesome of you. And now, you get all those nifty little emotes and whatnot that you can make use of. And they are pretty cool. I personally like them. I know some other people who like them too, but I really like them. You know what, it's funny, I find myself using my emotes in other streams, like, more than anything else. Which I have a huge stack of emotes to use, but it's like, I don't know, I like them. They work. The Horny Jedi. The Horny Jedi. Thank you very much for the follow. That's kind of funny there, dude. Like your stream is very entertaining. Thank you very much. That's what we try for. That's what we try for. Definitely what we try for. And thank you for the follow as well. You know, we get a bunch of people with a bunch of different interests and backgrounds and everything else, and we all kind of hang around and watch me do things with trucks. And who knows? Maybe later on we'll play some truck darts bowling. Where do you even start with it? Execute orders. Wow. Okay. This whole day just became infinitely better, and I'm stuck in a log. You know, you know, where were you guys yesterday when I was hauling all of the lumber and we were making all of the wood jokes? Now I'm just driving around a fuel truck. I don't even know where I am right now. Oh, I just have to go straight. Okay. No, we're good. Oh my goodness. It's going to be that kind of day, and I'm kind of okay that it's going to be that kind of day. Lurk, 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 lurk away! Lurk away. Lurk away as you shall. Alright, come on. Up out of the mud. There we go. How do I stop lurking? I'm not sure. I think if you just kind of, like, hawk, it... I don't know, man. So I'm away on work in Norn Iron. Ordered 800K worth of machinery. I don't know if unlurk works, though. Yeah, I don't know if I ever set up an unlurk command. Like, maybe I should? Quiet Pint, then the band A. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, like, you're stuck in, like, a black hole of lurking. Quiet Pint, then band A starts up. Oop, oh, here we go. I'm very excited that I'm going to be seeing a band I have been waiting for a long time to come around in mid-November. So, huge fan of Waylon, formerly of Mushroomhead, currently the lead of A Killer's Confession. And I would certainly hope that everybody had seen. I just set my phone down and pick it up when I feel like talking. That's my lurk and unlurk. Yes, indeed. It is rather brilliant, though. Also, these goldfish might be calling my name. Actually, I'm kind of thinking I might stuff some goldfish in my ham sandwich over there. Yeah, old Mushroomhead relic, not so bad. New Mushroomhead, not really a fan of. Okay, so here is my old fuel truck. That's the Tatra Force over there. It is ridiculously awful. It is not an effective or efficient truck by any stretch of the imagination. So this is the International HX 520. This is not a great truck to be using for logging, but you know what? It gets the job done. I had 3 liters of fuel left in that bad boy. 3 liters of fuel. I don't even listen to old now that Papa Waylon is gone. Well, it was Jeffrey Nothing and J-Man for the longest time. All right, so I need to, let's see. Oh, we take the Paystar. We take the Paystar, we put it back in the warehouse, or the sawmill. We gotta go to the sawmill with Paystar. Because I will be using, maybe I'll be, no, you know what I could do? I could probably even use, no, I could use the Tatra Phoenix. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna kind of get this guy out of the way a little bit. He's gonna sit here, because he's got a crane, and that's super useful. Although I think I have a Voron that also has a crane. He is chilling out over here. Yeah, he's just hanging out. He's just hanging out. And that Voron Grad has the really cool paint scheme with the giant raven and some of the lightning bolts on it. It's totally like an Odin kind of vibe. Although there's not 2 ravens, there's just one. All right, Tatra Phoenix. Yeah, then Jay left, and I was mad until I found out they signed Waylon. Okay. I'll tell you what. Let's bust open. Oh, it smells so good. All right. And these are to the daughter, Sir Robin. I raise my handful of goldfish. Down the hatch. Those are good. I really like them. So what do you say? What is your preferred go-to flavor of goldfish? You've got, like, the baked Parmesan. You've got the pretzel goldfish. You've got regular cheddar goldfish. All right, I'm going to have more. Actually, hold on. Watch this. We're escaping! We're escaping! We're good. Don't mind me. Oh. Got a hair. That wasn't good. Don't put milk in your mouth. Yeah, I don't know about that. They'll be swimming, and I'll be choking. No, I have a cherry vanilla Coke, thank you very much. And I could wash it down with the Utz Party Mix, which is just a whole bunch of random stuff. Go for pretzel, being a salt fiend. Pretzel is really good. Chug, chug, chug. Relic says pizza or pretzel. Pizza is really good. Okay, I hope I didn't get goldfish on my microphone. I think this thing is washable. I'm not just the little foam cover. So if I wind up with like way too much goldfish debris, but we're not going to go there. Peanut butter filled pretzels. A man can mirror flexin'. It's funny you mention that. I've got a jar of those around here too. The cheese education is ongoing. Very good. Aquarium in the making. Apparently I've spilled something. Okay. We're good. We're good. Okay. But yeah, mirror flexing. I have a jar. It's around here somewhere. There's a jar of peanut butter pretzels. We also love cheese here. We are huge fans of cheese. Relic is a cheese connoisseur. I just like all kinds of cheese. You can get those bricks of like Cracker Barrel, like Vermont sharp cheddar. And I will most assuredly, crap, I will eat one of those bricks like a candy bar. No problem. Because it's just that good. Actually, which way do we want to go? Okay, no, we can do that. So we can take this guy, we can loop up and around, and then we can actually probably cross right here again, right where we did the last time. In the Azov... No, in the Voron. We crossed in the Voron. So let's try that. Let's live a little. Get dangerous. As dangerous as we can get in a game about driving trucks through mud. Cheese is basically your entire diet. Alright. Reckless Abandon! Thank you so very much for the resubscription there. Super appreciate it. This week we will mostly be eating Snowdonia Black Bomber. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds intriguing. Also, guys, for all of you new followers and such, we do have a Discord channel. Or, well, we've got a Discord. It's got specifically a channel dedicated to food. So if you have something that you like eating, if you just sit down at a meal at a restaurant and you go, hark, I want to share a cool picture of this wonderful meal laid out in front of me. Hey, wait a minute, I just said that. Timing. Timing is everything, apparently. So yeah, there's a food channel. Any picture of wonderful food. I believe the last picture I shared of food was from over the weekend at the New Hampshire Highland Games, where I had a wonderful lunch of fish and chips. The real unfortunate thing is they didn't have nearly the selection that they did before, or in years past, because it was a slimmed down kind of event. So they didn't have like they had shepherd's pie, they had sausage with peppers and onions, hamburgers, hot dogs, stuff like that. I was really hoping for the venison stew or the meat pies, which I didn't really see around, unfortunately. I love meat pies, though. Little round looking, you know, pastry looking things that are actually filled with just meat. So good. Cringe at the log issues in this spot. Well, I mean, that's what all those trucks are still over there for. So there is that. That was a thing. But you know what? It's a bright new day. We have a bridge. We have built a bridge even after all of our ridiculous amount of log issues. Oh my god, there were so many log issues. It all started with the boar. With the boar not wanting to get through the little gap that was there, that the trailer get hung up on. Yeah, there was a lot of issues. We had a significant amount of issues that took place. But you know what? We're not thinking about that. We're thinking of ever onward, ever upward. We will continue forward. That's why we have 4 forward gears and only 1 reverse gear. Been using the Tenno T21 for this map. Wonderfully balanced thing. Which one's that one? Is that a mod truck or an RS Death 07? Thank you very much for the follow. Super appreciate that. And hope you are doing fantastic this evening, or this morning, or this afternoon, or whatever particular time zone that you're coming in from. Sasquatch! What is happening? How is everything? What's good? Oop, not gonna rock. That's where we're at. We're using the Tatra Phoenix. We're driving around in another Tatra. A little Russian mod, but not open. Yeah, see, that is one of the things about the mods. Mods that are actually, they complement the game as opposed to being completely overpowered for the game. You know, honestly, the closest in a vanilla stretch that I can come to think of in that regard is the Zik 605. Fantastic. Enjoying some nice bratwurst. Ooh, we were just talking about food. And we were actually also talking about food from the New Hampshire Highland Games. It's a wonderful Swiss Army knife. So, speaking of Swiss, Brave Sir Robin, when I was up in New Hampshire at the Highland Games, on Friday, we had all gone ziplining as a group. And one of the things that they do is they load you, after you get out of the van, as they're transporting you to the zipline location, to get you further and deeper into the woods, they use 1960s Swiss off-road vehicles. I don't know if they're like Swiss military vehicles, but I believe they're called the Pinhauers. Uh-oh. They were 3 or 4 axles, and they had a driver and passenger seat up front, and then room for approximately a dozen people in the back. Well, there was enough seat belts for a dozen people. And yes, indeed, you did need the seat belts, because, boy oh boy, did they intentionally hit every single bump on the way. SBB marries a rich and tangy cheddar flavor with smooth creaminess. Ooh. I like the sound of that. Also, let's turn on our headlights. Beep, beep. That's a weird horn. I'm not so sure I like that. But yeah, the zip thing was actually really, really fun. I have never been ziplining before. And it was really enjoyable. It was a lot of fun. Taz37 Craze, what is the good word? How are you doing? We're doing pretty okay. Or at least I'm trying to do pretty okay. I think I'm actually doing pretty okay. Compared to yesterday and the day before, we're actually leaps and bounds better than what we were doing. So there is that. But yeah, if you ever have an opportunity to go ziplining, highly recommend it. Monkey Bum here for a few. Stay as long as you please. For it is always enjoyable having you here. Off to Orkney and Shetland for work next week. Been promised some fabulous hardware to get some... Okay, cool. Oops. If you get some neat pictures of stuff, you will absolutely have to share it on the Discord. If you can, that is. Got stuff to do, but I'm eating, so I get to hang out with you. Awesome. Even better. I super appreciate that, Monkey Bum. As always, it is a pleasure to have you here. All right, so this is where we're going to cross, because we actually lucked out crossing here the last time. Let's see about kind of dipping our toes in. And just, yeah, right across like nothing. I'm really liking this Tatra Phoenix, not going to lie. This Tatra Phoenix is just so damn cool. That is also a tree that we can't get by right there. So, as long as the cargo stays in the... It actually has done a very good job of staying in the back. It just doesn't steer very quick. Alright. Where's our road? Because this is the instance where we can't say where we're going, we don't need roads. We actually have to get from point A to point B. I need that truck. I keep getting stuck. You need to make it to the Dawn DLC. Actually, what you really could use is the Tega with the mud tires. And I can walk you through how to get that. Because it's only on the first map of... What the hell is it? The first map of Taimyr, Russia. And there's actually a bunch of bits and bobs and pieces and what's-its that you can get. That's right out there. Alright. I used the Tatra Force, and for one moment I thought my W key was broken. That truck is really slow. So, Tatra Force with the fuel carrier trailer, not a fan at all. The Tatra Force is so top-heavy. If we were to go over little bumps like we're just driving down this dirt road right here, the truck wouldn't do it. The truck would want to flip over. And it is just, it's not a very friendly experience. And it's kind of unfortunate because it's a really cool-looking truck. And you actually have to work to get the thing. Alright, so 4 metal rolls. And we just built Let There Be Water. The locals are grateful to you. If it were up to me, I'd put you in as Worker of the Month. This is for you. 6,500 bucks. Would do it. Alright, so what did we want to do? Oh, you know what it was? Okay, so we're going to take the Tatra Force. We're going to go back to the lumber mill. Then we're going to get the International HX 520. And then from the location that it's at the lumber mill, we're going to get another pair of long logs. So, because we can't back these things up. That's annoying. Winch. There. Okay, we'll go that one. So this is the only way that we can effectively back up a trailer, is by winching it off of something, and then also, like, Sergeant Rusty mentioned you for being able to make any truck do a job. Oh, man. Sergeant Rusty's awesome. Sergeant Rusty is such a good dude. He gets a little salty at times when, understandably so. Patience is a wonderful thing. Yeah. Well, I use the Derry Longhorn 3194 to move the empty rocket trailer from, what the hell is it? Over from where you get the rocket trailer to Erska River. That was a feat in and of itself. And there was many times where I actually had to wedge something against the back end of the trailer. Then we use the Navistar on Chernokomensk. Was it Chernokomensk? To get it to get it where it needed to go. And then the Navistar had some issues, and we had to fish the entire rocket trailer and rocket assembly out of the river. So that was a thing. And it probably is up over on the YouTube channel in some of the footage over there. And we spent much time doing that. And it was hysterical, funny, comical, sad, and just all around ridiculous. But it was a good time. You will never forget the river crossing. Yeah, that was something. Can't wait till I get it on my PC. And yes. So, well, they need to come out with a crossplay first, but we're getting ever closer. I am really hoping that within some of the soonish DLC cycles, we will in fact be able to get crossplay between consoles and PCs. And not just Xbox and PC, we're talking full crossplay support between PlayStation, Xbox, PC, everything else. That too, it's easier on my PC. Yeah, I would imagine so. That does sound legitimate. Alright. Let's make it daylight again so we can actually see, and you can see. There we go. Because that bright, vibrant green needs to stand out. It deserves to stand out. Also, these are the 3 pipes that I'm going to have to pick up to repair the broken pipes over at the factory grounds in the other map. So we'll get there eventually. We were going to do that, and then we get sidetracked. Big shocker. Okay, not for nothing. This Tatra Phoenix, this thing is a beastly little monstrosity. I really like this thing. I want to hit the tree. I wanted to go between the tree and the phone pole, which now we can't because the bed's stuck. Right. There we go. And now the trailer is stuck. Well, that is an unfortunate turn of events. So, let us hook that there, and then get it over here. There we go. Nothing like creative winching. There we go. This thing is really impressive. I am suitably impressed at this truck. Okay. So, we're going to... What are we going to do? I don't know. And there's my fuel truck, which we will probably use the fuel truck to refill this bad boy at some point. And what we'll do is we'll just park there for now. Swap over to the International HX 520, which is a DLC truck. And I like this truck. I really, really do. And then I just got to figure out which direction. All right, because we haven't done this in a bit, which direction are we going in? So I think it was... up here. Yeah, okay. Nope, this is how we do it. We go here, and then hopefully we don't have the issues that we had. So we got to do this, basically, we have to go from here to here, and then we have to go from there back again, so then we can turn the lumber into planks, and then we'll be good to go. Kind of. We'll be better if we have some goldfish. Oh. My goldfish are falling. Okay. Back at it again. I know, right? And monkey bum. It is as big as my head. As big as my head. Gotta kind of, well, push it at this point in time. It is a giant. So that was one of the boxes of snacks that I took with me this past weekend to go to the Highland Games with. Actually, do we have anything that requires, so excursion? Oh, wait a minute. So we haven't visited the pond. All right. So I guess technically we should go visit that. Maybe we could do that with this truck right here. Just kind of loop up and around. We can finish that out. I have to go do adult things now. If you're still on when I'm done, I'll be back. Awesome. Monkey bum. Totally cool. I should be around for a while because I have no idea what I'm doing or how long this will take me, because we're going after some long logs again. Fingers crossed, party people. Oh, it's going to be delightful and cringeworthy. We'll see what happens. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? We lose the load of lumber again? 15 times? Ah, that is a rock. That is why. Actually, that is several rocks. And a ditch. I don't remember that ditch being there before. Okay. I think that's gonna... Nope. Okay, let's kind of just jockey this thing around a little bit. There we go. That is ideal. We're actually making progress. Minorly making progress. But basically simply getting back to the lumber yard itself should be pretty decent. Actually, this is... I hate to say that this is actually going smoothly, and I know that I've just cursed myself by thinking as such, but, what do you know? I'm just kind of questioning how much of the landscape was changed when it was, like, cleaned up, that last little go-around. Can't be a whole lot. I mean, there's still, like, sticks and debris and everything Gotta go. I have to get up in a few hours. Rambada, for real, man. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for hanging out. Awesome to see you again. And I appreciate it. I really do. And we will see you at the next go-around. Or whenever you decide to pop back in. Or that whole social media thing. Or Discord. There's options. We have options. Alright. I think this right here is going to become a service plaza. Also, these gates still offend me. There we go. Knock them out of the way. With the power of my horn. Alright. I'm kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. Because this has been going far too well. Happy to be here as well. Not very active, but still here. It's totally cool, man. Totally cool. You're good. Don't you worry about it. Glad to see you when you stop by. We will catch you at the next juncture, my friend. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so. There we go. Ready to rock. Morning. It is a cloudy morning. That's why it's dark. Oh, it's raining. All right. Parks. First time here. Want to say hi? Well, hello. How are you? How is everything going? We're rocking out of some SnowRunner. And we're actually, dare I say, making some progress. And like I said, I know I've effectively cursed myself by actually saying that I've made progress. Or at least something went smoothly. So let's see what happens. But how is everything going with you? What platform are you playing SnowRunner on? If you are in fact playing SnowRunner. This is where it always gives us trouble right here. So let's kind of take it easy. Hit that. Then let's use the phone pole. Penguin powered. Didn't even know progress was a thing in this game. I thought it was just controller smashing simulator. No. We have actually made some significant amount of progress. Significant amount of progress. Well, I mean, as far as like basically getting a truck from point A to point B without winding up on its side, or in this case, taking these wonderfully delightful, roughly hewn logs and, say, dumping them all over the road. So that is at least a step in the right direction. That is a huge step in the proper direction. But we're good, I think. As long as we stay upright. The mighty diesel engine humming away, earth-shattering torque being applied to the transmission and transfer case and all of the vital components thereof. Oh yeah, we're doing this. At least I think we're doing it. I could be wrong. We could be moving in a completely different direction. I wish this was a little bit like Death Stranding, where I could just slowly build highways over all this crap and end up zipping around the map. Yeah, I would think that the ability to actually modify the world that you're in would make a significant improvement. At the very least, being able to remove the boulders in the road, or perhaps, say, the log that is perpetually across the road. Lake Coved, I'm looking at you. Stuff like that. Don't forget about the mighty horn announcing the truck's arrival. That one's kind of okay. The mightiest of mighty horns comes from the P16, I would believe. The P16 has the best of horns. It's an ocean liner. It also handles like a barge as well, but that's... I mean, that's what we get for a giant truck like that. That's a great idea. They have some advanced physics already and some terrain. Yeah, so with the mud, the more you go through, the deeper you tend to sink in. And, yeah. Not exactly the best of times. Let's see if we can't get all of this truck and trailer on here. Okay, there we go. And the weird rickety bridge. Simply being able to remove rocks, roots, things that constantly snag you, slow you down, drag you down, or even a snowplow for things like Amor. A snowplow in Amor would have been unbelievably useful. Like, ridiculously, unbelievably useful. Alright. We're getting there. Also, these rear log carriers are $14,000 a pop. How does anybody make any money doing these tasks? And how could you possibly make any money if you were doing this on hard mode and had more than one log carrier? You wouldn't be able to make any money. Come on now. One. We're stuck on something, I know that much. Oh, it's a rock. Look at that. Of course it's a rock. Because it's always got to be a rock. Oh, God. Gonna pull it back a little bit. Try to get around the rock. Can we? I don't think. Alright, let's try this. Yeah, we're really stuck on something. I don't know. Or we just bottomed out in mud. Yeah, I think we're like really bottomed out. how about we give it a little push from behind? Oh, we can't go too far like that, because that'll really mess up the, that'll mess up the trailer. Yeah, this thing's not wanting to move right now, which is unusual. Because we haven't gotten, like, this stuck before in this area. So that makes me think we could be needing a little bit of a push or a helping hand. Or maybe kind of drag us further over this way? There we go. Come on. There we are. There we are. Alright, so let's see if we can't make it through. Whoa. Something has us really bound up back here, that's why. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, we were hooked on something. I can't even tell what we were hooked on. Alright. Look at them tires dance. Yes, dance they shall. Trying to get... Oh, and that's another rock. Trying to get through or around or kind of somewhere. This probably isn't the best route either. But if we can simply get up and over this rock right here. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Penguin powered. Definitely does. Okay, okay, okay. See, and then it pops up and out, and oops, and then we get hooked on the very edge with the log body. But yeah, it seemed like something was under there, just totally hooking us. Yeah, that was very strange, very, very strange. Okay. Alright. Feeling better about this. Feeling a little bit better about this. And then we need to remember to go to the lumber mill, not the other direction. Then let's shoot for the gap with the tree line right here. I think we have our destination in sight right here. All right, there we go. And let's see, how many trucks do we actually have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 trucks here. We've been busy. Alright, so unload long logs, make long logs into 2 wooden planks, then change trucks to the Tatra, open the storehouse, let us load 1, 2 planks into there, fire it up. Okay. What did one Tatra say to the other? I have no idea. Fuel. So we actually have to go to the... Alright, change trucks to the Phoenix. And then refuel. Is off, no. Fuel carrier. To this Tatra, yes. Okay. So we have to change trucks again. Alright. We are making some progress. Alright, so... Alright. This way. Let's head out that way. So we'll still take the trailer with us, I suppose, because it's pretty useful. Okay, Hellhound. The Phoenix, as the fuel carrier trailer, is probably one of the most sure-footed fuel carrier trailers. It is so different than the Tatra Force. I don't know what he's trying to show me here. The Tatra Force is not good. Yes, exactly. The Tatra Force has significant balance issues. But, let's see. Don't want this. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Tatra Force. The Tatra Phoenix has actually done an amazing job. It is very underpowered. It seems like it's lacking, like significantly lacking. It needs like a load of steel beams to equalize, then adds more to its top-heavy issues. Yeah, see, like so here we go. Here, I'll show you. Change trucks. So the Tatra Force right here. Do you see how it's leaning ever so slightly? That little lean is enough to basically upend the whole thing. Like, it has the possibility to roll directly from that. Compared to a completely similarly set up Tatra Phoenix, the Phoenix is much more sure-footed. It is much more fun to drive. I mean, we were driving it around like a scout vehicle. Yeah, we were driving the Tatra Phoenix fuel truck around like a scout vehicle, just without a care in the world. Because it worked. It worked effectively. It did not have any kind of issue whatsoever. Penguin Powered, thank you so very much for that follow. That's awesome. Super appreciate it. But yeah, I'm thinking and here's the thing too. The Phoenix is classified as an off-road truck. So like a Voron Grad, or the Tega, or the ANK. Whereas the Tatra Force is a heavy truck. And it's not effective as a heavy truck. It is not a Kolob. It is not a Zix. It is not any one of those things. So we're going to take this load of lumber. We're going to go back to the original map. And then we're going to drop off that lumber. And then we're going to figure out what we're going to do next. Yeah, it's not... So, I had... What the hell truck was it? I think it was it the Western Star? I put a 605R on the towing platform in the truck wheelie. Yeah. The towing platform, I feel, has... We went through the towing platforms yesterday, basically at the end of the stream, just kind of playing around with them. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't even remember at this point in time. It's Wednesday, that's all I know. You are welcome. I find this game really interesting at the same time after spending 4 hours on it last night, trying to finish like 2 missions early when just starting off. It is extra frustrating with crap vehicles that you can't customize. Yes. So, Penguin Powered, if you have any of the DLC, and you can get any of the DLC trucks available to you, you can either sell them for other trucks, or you can simply use those ones. Like the Bandit is actually super useful. Kyle Edward Gaming! How are you this evening? I hope you're doing fantastic. All right. Make a beeline across this bridge. This is my bridge. This is the bridge that I built, that we had a hell of a time building. So, Tatra Phoenix fuel carrier on the back of this thing, hauling around. We can go over all kinds of weird bumps and inclines and variations in terrain. These ruts right here are enough to make the Tatra Force flip over. These ruts right here, if we were at this angle in the Tatra Force, the truck would want to go on its side. And I find this wholly displeasing. Although, wait a minute. I have some cherry Coke. Some cherry vanilla Coke that I actually really like. That is fantastic. Cherry vanilla Coke is where it's at. Cherry Coke by itself, all right. Vanilla Coke by itself, also all right. Combine cherry and vanilla for Coke, and it makes two great tastes that taste even better together. Also, this is one of the few trucks that you can pretty much almost come to a complete stop in high gear, and it doesn't stall the truck out. This little angle right here, that little incline, that'll flip the Tatra Force over on its side. I mean, it's such a garbage truck. I don't know what its overall form and function tend to be. But Penguin Powered, getting back to what you were saying, early on in this game, it's very difficult to kind of claw your way up. The best thing to do would potentially be either get one of the trucks that actually come with mud tires equipped on it. I would say the ANK MK38 from Alaska, awesome truck to get. And you can actually get that with some of the starting trucks. It just takes a little while. But otherwise, it's not too bad. Trying to think of what else. I mean, there's a bunch of different trucks. Is that the one of the ones you can just find? Yes. So, if you're in Taimyr, Russia, first map, so if you would like, I can point you out in the direction with, some spoilers, but only if you want them. Because I know exactly where all of this stuff is. Yeah, that one you can find. The Tega you can find, the ANK MK38 you can find, International Harvester Scout 600 you find, you can get another Chevy pickup truck, you can get the Chevy C70, but there's a lot of trucks that you get that actually don't come with usable upgrades right out of the gate. The ANK comes equipped with mud tires and always on differential lock and all-wheel drive. Right from the factory. It is a little top-heavy, but it's also a very effective truck. And usually I think you need to find a and repair fuel, which is often an interesting logistics issue depending on where it is. Actually, the Tega, you do need to repair and refuel. But that one's actually fairly close to a garage. That one's not too bad. I use the F750 to get that. F750 you can find, but you actually have to drag it all the way back to a trailer store in Lake Cove. And boy, oh boy, is that not a party. AMK is probably one of the best trucks that you can get right out of the gate. The Dan you need to repair and refuel. The 605R you need to repair and refuel. Nowadays, I'd say bring a good rollback and hump it out of... You know, depending on... Yeah, that's an idea. That is truly an idea. Come on. Get up there. Get up there. Come on, buddy. Come on, little doggy. Alright, so what we actually want to do... Odenskoy Village. That one right there. So all we have to do is cross, and we're good. That frees up the towing to use the winch. Yeah, that is actually a very good point. I didn't think about that. Versus having to constantly winch itself out and pull the 750 with it. So with the 750, what did I use? I think I used the... Originally, I want to say I used like the Derry Longhorn 4150, which was probably not the most intelligent of ideas at all. Use the Tataran. I might have used a Kolob too in there. I love the Kolobs. The Kolobs are so much fun. But yeah, Penguin powered. If you wish for a quick little rundown on where some... Actually, I used the Scout International Harvester Scout pickup, not pickup, the Scout little SUV looking thing, and I managed to recover the Hummer H2 from... Thanks, friend. Now for my half of the bargain. You can find my old radar trailer on our station. Feel free to grab it. Better you put it to good use to leave it than leave it to rust here. Radar trailer? Really? I already had it. Which is right there. Wow, that's another sideboard trailer right there. That's something. Okay. What the hell is this? Soul music. What is soul music? Let's find out. I like the Tataran. The Tataran is actually really great. To get that one, it is a broken mission, you say? Mark that. Where, oh, it's on the other side. Okay. Kind of a watchtower. Okay. Lump and all. All you do is interact with it, and it does a region overview. Let's go find out. Description is broken too. Huh. Yeah, because I don't ever remember seeing anything up here on this thing. Alright. So... kinda... go right around here. Unlocked with a Riverport objective. Show task. Ah, okay. Access to location. Some missions are unlocked when you finish certain missions. Yes. Lord Baconeer. Is that like a buccaneer of bacon? Because that sounds brilliant. Please start tracking. Cargo container delivered to the radio tower. A radio tower Cargo container. Radio tower. Cargo container. Cargo container from here. Radio tower there. Which actually isn't too bad, all things considered. Amos! Indeed. Okay, just double checking. Because that sounds pretty awesome, not gonna lie. You know what? Why don't? And then oversized cargo is over here. But that's oversized cargo, not little rinky-dink cargo container. Riverport has that. Cargo container. I mean, we could give it a go. We could see what happens with it. Alright. Let's get this guy back to... Where are we gonna go? Let's, we need a truck. No, actually, we don't need a crane. We can actually technically drive this thing all the way over there. Ow! You know, Amos doing pretty good, man. Doing actually pretty darn good at the moment. Except that we're stuck on a piece of concrete. So there is that. Oh, wait a minute. We didn't even have it in differential lock. Nope. That's not working. Kind of back up. A little lackluster because I was trying to do something more fun. Alright, around. That's what we're doing. And... yeah, there we go. I like the angle of approach that you can use. How's your evening going? What do you think about Season 5 so far? So, I like Season 5, and I like that Season 5 actually uses logging missions effectively and doesn't use them as extra filler. Although, I'm not really liking being stuck in this, this drainage ditch, this culvert right here. So, that is something that's not working. There we go. Sylvan Ryan, I've been here 3 times and haven't followed yet. That's all good. To each their own, my friend. Right, let's try to get ourselves out of the ditch this time. Apparently, we're not going to get ourselves out of the ditch. I like Season 5, but there are not many contracts. 3rd time's the charm. Right, try this again. Pull us out of the weird little culvert over here. Or, you know, let's just use the trailer and the C-70. I have commitment issues, apparently. I mean, who doesn't, though? Who doesn't? That's fine. Would it make it easier to commit if I had some goldfish? Because they're really good goldfish. And this box of goldfish is as big as my head. That's really good. Okay. Turn on engine. Now. Now I'm really stuck. I'm totally stuck in a ditch. This is ridiculous. Morning. You know, how about we just detach the trailer? All that. Detach the trailer. Winch. Tell you what. Let's just, yeah. Let's just use a different truck. And just pluck ourselves out of here. Or at least hopefully pluck ourselves out of here. There we go. I'm scouting the maps on a new playthrough. Oh, crap. I look away and this is what happens, but that's all right. Did Michigan and Alaska working on drowned lands at the moment? Should have taken that left at Albuquerque. We don't talk about New Mexico. I know, right? Don't text and drive. All the time. All the time. All right, tell you what. Truck, you're in my way. And so is this bridge. This bridge is also in my way. Still in my way. When the rescuer becomes the rescuee. Well, sometimes, Hellhound, you haven't seen it when I've been like 3 trucks or 4 trucks rescue deep. It gets interesting, we'll put it that way. Alright. How about this? Let's just drag it. Or break it that way. Oh, this is awful. And now it's stuck. So tell you what, we don't need this truck here. But we'll go put him back in the garage. We will end his suffering. Alright. Catra Phoenix. So that happened behind us. That is nothing that actually really happened. Doesn't exist. Can't see it anymore. Wow. That's a hell of a pothole. That's like a New England pothole right there. Although we walked away with our back axle still intact. But that's all right. There was a bridge. A bridge too far. Yes. Yes, indeed. Was that the bridge over the River Kwai? But then again, I'm not really an old army movie or an old army movies, old westerns. You know, the sword and you know, gladiatorial epics. Cleopatra. Not really super into that, you know, those genres of older film. And while I appreciate the work that was put into them once upon a time, back to weather the storm another night. Passive end, absolutely. We're making out significantly better than we did the previous couple of nights when we were attempting to build a bridge. Our bridge building skills based virtually solely upon the fact that we have lackluster lumber hauling skills. I don't think I have any Russian trucks deployed yet. My ANK and White are my rock stars. Yes, ANK is solid. White Western Star is definitely where it's at. That's a treat. White Western Star, while not a standout performer, look out. It gets the job done. It's slow and steady. It's like the Fleet Star, you know? The old Pay Star, the 5070. White Western Star has a low center. Yes, it does. Yes, it most assuredly does. Which is super useful. Super, super useful. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I have an idea. I'm going to cheat a little bit. Very sure-footed. It's not very powerful or super quick or anything like that, but it works, though. It just works. Maintenance trailer. So refuel. And then repair. And then we sell it back for exactly the same amount of money that we purchased it for, which is one of the best little nuggets in this game that you could possibly come across. I'm really enjoying the Tatra Phoenix. This thing is actually a really cool truck. Quantity 1 cargo container. So let's see how glitchy this thing actually is. We'll give it a shot though. I love the cab over style of this cab. It's very unique. The only other thing that kind of comes close is the Ford CLT 9000 and the International Highway truck. But both of which are utter garbage in this game because there's not enough roadways. So you include highway trucks that have open differentials, that have no ability to mount four-wheel drive. Has a good brake over. The rear wheels are way at the end of the frame, and a whole cargo bed fits on the frame. Yes, absolutely. And that's a significant issue with a lot of the trucks, though, is the breakover. Yes, they're dedicated off-road trucks because they've got some real solid off-road ability, but when you're putting them through things like, you know, coming down off of like a steep incline, and then the ground levels out beneath you, you can't make that traction unless you've got something to attach a winch to and drag the truck out. That's why a Unimog, the Mercedes-Benz Unimog, has like that real, think of it like a pug. It's got that real smashed-in nose because it's got no overhang. You can go right up to something and just climb it. Unimogs are cool, though. And actually, if anyone is watching Rust Valley Restorers or has watched Rust Valley Restorers, the new season, Season 4, is on Motor Trend On Demand. And the other guy there, Avery, who's kind of an obnoxious sort of goon. He's actually rebuilding a Unimog for a customer. So it's actually kind of interesting because he sort of takes some of the stuff apart, but doesn't exactly do a real great job of taking the stuff apart. Some stuff breaks as he's taking it apart. Then the customer gets pissed at him. Then he's got to fix it. But it's not bad. And that's a Canadian television show. Or Canadian programming. Is it the Fleet Star that has the horrendous rear axle and saddle placement that makes using the semi-trailers useless? Well, you have to be careful with the C70 because it'll actually wheelie because of the really, really long frame and the placement of the rear axle. Then you've got the bore, which until you actually put weight over the back end, it's got so much weight over the front end that it's utterly garbage. Oh, okay. I'm good with this. I kind of like that. That's pretty neat, though. That's kind of neat. You've experienced that with the Fleet Star? All right. So... So we can either start moving. A lot of trucks get saddles when they shouldn't. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so stop engine. All right. what are we going to do now? So we've got delivered to the railroad bridge 4 units of cement in the nature reserve. Okay. Nature reserve. Oh, the railroad bridge over here. Cement from there. So that's not too bad. Okay. So that's doable. That's doable. Patra factory. Winter is coming and slow and steady. So deliver to the warehouse. So that's all factory grounds kind of stuff. The Steel Phoenix. Industrial boiler. That should be interesting. And then what's Rostov get us? Deliver to the village 2 cargo containers. I'm listening. So then we do broken pipes, which... That's all in the factory ground. Okay. So workshop in the forest is there. Yeah, we've definitely got a limited amount of stuff that we're doing here. Is there any upside to a specific map progression? I was just slowly working on everything on the first Michigan map, but it seemed like hopping around might unlock stuff faster. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, exactly. It's all up to you in the end. You can skip around, get any vehicles and upgrades that you want. Did about halfway through Michigan, went through Alaska for a bit, got a few more trucks and used them back in Michigan. Hellhound is completely correct. So no real reasoning for any kind of... You play this game exactly how you want to play this game. If you just simply want to drive around and uncover all of the map, do that. If you want to get watchtowers here and there, do that. If you want to just drive around, find upgrades, find specific vehicles, you can do that. It doesn't matter. There's not much of a story. Basically, the rapture happened. Humanity is gone. You're the one lone trucker left in the apocalypse and the end times to go and haul loads of lumber to the lumber mill. So that's about that. It's not really the end times or the apocalypse. I just like to imagine it is. All right. So, we can't open... So a lot of stuff actually apparently looks like it's back on the factory grounds. So oversized cargo to the warehouse. Oh, you know what? So deliver to the warehouse, vehicle spare parts. Where are vehicle spare parts? Here? Service spare parts. So we can't do vehicle spare parts yet. But we can do... We can do that. So tell you what, let's do that. Essentially, end times, you are in Michigan. A lot of stuff in this region spawns on the ground. Okay, so... Oops. Effectively, I'm going to have to... Let's do this one. Let's do this one. So let's start tracking this one. So let's deliver... So oversized cargo is 4 units. We need a crane truck, and we need a... truck with a saddle. Wait a minute, what? Patra. Winter is coming. No, not winter is coming. We want slow and steady. All right, so oversized cargo. Let's go load up some oversized cargo. Made crane trucks great. Yeah. See, that's the thing, too. The fact that you have a crane truck, the only time that you use a crane truck is if you mess up. Let's recover this guy. What else do we have here? So we get the Hummer over here. That's fine. And then the Wrangler over there. That's fine. Mark! 420. Thank you very much for the follow. Super appreciate that. Let's see. Truck storage. We want crane truck. We want a crane truck, and we want something to haul like a semi-trailer, which has at least 4 slots. I love the Navistar, though. You know what? We'll use the Freightliner simply because I love the Freightliner. I love this Freightliner. I really do. And it's got so much punch to it. And a great horn. Also, is it foggy or is it my imagination? This is... Oh. I think it's foggy. But Mark, 420, what is good? How are you this evening? Or at least my evening. Could be your morning, your day, afternoon, brunch. Whatever works for you. Angry Birds. Thank you very much for the follow. Quite awesome of you. All right, tell you what do we want for crane truck? I like the fog. So I didn't notice the rain on the nature reserve map until we actually did that last cleanup. So once we did the cleanup, then the fog started to happen. It was just really strange. Can we put on this truck? Yes, we can. Actually, wait a minute. Not this truck. Hold on. Hold that thought. If it actually scrolls down here at all. Good old white Western Star. Still has the chain tires on it because we never really used it much. Where is the good old Fleet Star, Caterpillar CTs? I've got a lot of crane trucks, apparently. And a bunch of fuel trucks, which... Is it under heavy? We could use that. We could use the twin steer. We don't want to use the Zix because the Zix is just kind of overpowering things. Azov Antarctic, nah. So we get two 73 210s in various different configurations. Pacific P16, the 512, no. Another twin steer. I don't know where all these trucks are coming from. Apparently, I have a lot of. I have a truck issue. That's what I have. I have a truck issue. The unfortunate Dairy Longhorn 4520, the Dan, the other Kolob. Aha! Here we go. Let's fire up this bad boy. It is my evening too. Just started playing SnowRunner a few days ago, and I realized there was no set way to do things. Just do what you want, but I love the game. Exactly. And that is some of the best part of this game. There is truly no design in place. There is no grand plan. There is no end goal. Well, there's end goals, but you can play this game however you want to play this game with any truck that you want to use. And that, honestly, is some of the most fun. Using whatever you want to make stuff happen. So, we're going to use the P12. And hey, look at that. It's raining now. It's very strange when you have a truck that has always-on differential lock, but it does not have always-on all-wheel drive. I have not used the P12 since MOR, and it was like early on in MOR. And if you want to get creative with how to remove the Con Sentinel from the ravine, that's fun. I use the P12 all the time for logging. Like putting the medium log, or the small log body on the back, or like the long log trailer assembly. All right. Get this bad boy going. Well, it is. It's true. All the Pacific trucks are Canadian logging trucks. Oops. Oops. You guys are great. Oh, you guys are awesome. All right, tell you what. Let's see if we can't use... Let's use the crane to fix our little oopsie. I don't use the 512 as much. I hope, hoping that, yes. I want to use the 512. It's just that they don't have, yeah. Doesn't have all-wheel drive. All right. Here we go. Store. Balance is restored. Whoopsie daisy. Yes, exactly. You know what? It's not. So here's the thing: the P16 does not have all-wheel drive. The P512 does not have all-wheel drive. The P16 is a remarkable truck. It is a powerhouse of a truck, and it does quite a bit of stuff. Tires are great on it, just doesn't have the power or the rear grip. I used the P16 a lot in Wisconsin. Great. And one of the mighty Achilles heels on this truck is that front bumper and the little steps that it's got. I love the P16. The P16 is a fantastic truck. It's a fun truck. That thing cruises when you get it moving. And there's only one paint scheme that you can use with it. Use the P16 for some long logs in Tamir. It did way better than the Boar, and that... So, the Boar I have kind of a love-hate relationship with. I used the Boar to move a colossal construction rig trailer in Amor. And it was unbelievably difficult. Unbelievably difficult. But it wasn't difficult because of the truck. The truck actually outperformed every goal that I had for it, and it was remarkable what that thing did. It worked. It worked really, really well. But just when we went to use the logging assembly with the Boar, it didn't really do as good as I hoped it would do. Which is unfortunate. Because the Boar is a cool truck. A really cool truck. Throw one or both the Jeeps off the truck darts jump. I mean, they're not that terrible. Or at least the Renegade is a little bit better than the CJ7, in my personal opinion. But only slightly. Okay. So. Change truck to the Freightliner. But you can change, yeah, you can change the bumpers. I mean, I think, honestly, the Jeeps in this game have an incredibly missed opportunity. Jeeps are all about customization. Jeeps are about cosmetic customizations, functional customizations, different tops, different bumpers, different steps, different lift kits, different wheels, different tires. Jeep could have had a field day with accessories. Like, you could have had Jeep branded accessories, which would have acted like a mini catalog inside of this game to be able to hawk some of their, you know, various attachments and add-ons and everything else. So that's my thought. That's why these ones... Okay. Oh, man, that's brutal. All right, so. We want that guy. Guy right here. Oops. Get a little out of sorts here. Yanko, I hope they changed the max level past 30. Yes, if they added more stuff, it would be nice. And I don't know, like, if they would add more trucks, if they would add more accessories and attachments, like, truly what they would add to the game past level 30. So it would be interesting to see, that's true. I was a bit disappointed. I bought the pack for a new save playthrough, and the Con Marshal still outperformed it. Yeah. I think, honestly, it's so that they could grab a bunch of the Jeep advertising. Because it's like, oh, an officially licensed Jeep vehicle in a game? Why, hell yes. Sign me up. But, I mean... I was annoyed it was old Jeeps and not the JL Wrangler and JL Gladiator. I would love a Gladiator. A Gladiator pickup truck with, like, it's set up a little bit like the Ford F-750, where you could have stuff added onto it while still keeping the Gladiator crew cab, removable top, like maybe some rail systems and stuff like that to mount on it. The Marshall is just a Russian Jeep, yes, but it also has those balloon tires, which is huge. I'm not a Jeep fan in general, just wanted a good Scout that could actually pull a trailer. They hamstrung the Marshall's fuel range and no trailers, but it still worked better for me, yes. So the Marshall has, like, absolutely nothing. What is it, like 60 liters or something like that for a fuel tank? It's like, it's ridiculously small. 40 liters, yeah. Okay, that's what it was. 72 on release. Yeah, that was one of the big things that they made a change on, which is a crying shame. Also, AJMRS21, thank you very much for the follow. Jeep Comanche. Okay, so on the thought of a Jeep Comanche pickup truck, Mark 420, how about going back and going to, like, the J10, the pickup truck from Twister with Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton. Hated the Marshall, handled like a cow in a shopping trolley. Well, it was those, you had those giant balloon tires. So a J10, or even going further back to, like, the old Jeep military trucks, like the 70s or 60s that preceded the J10. You know, with a flat dashboard with the giant round speedometer on the dash and everything. Like, stuff like that. That would be cool. I would be very happy with that. Let's see if we can't make this thing kind of work for us. The Kaiser. Yes, VT Outlaw. Thank you so much. I could not remember the name of it. Kind of feel bad. Kind of did, but it performed really well off-road, and it didn't get stuck like the Wrangler did in mud pits. So they also apparently changed how cargo rotation works in this, because it goes a lot better. Cargo rotation now is a lot better. I used the Wrangler fully upgraded on my main save, and it was still lackluster. Yeah, this is true. This is very true. See, this is why I wanted the Hummer H2 to be good. I wanted the International Harvester Scout, although I wish they chose the later Scout, not the earlier Scout. I just recovered the most useless vehicle in the Tuz 166, yes. But there's also the Dawn 71, so there's that too. But there's an engine upgrade for both of those vehicles, which add a little bit more oomph to it. So there's stuff. Okay. Change trucks, pack cargo. Alright. We good. We so good. It's crap. They just copy and paste stuff, and they put on all the scouts in terms of... Yeah, I don't like the wheels. The wheels need to have some kind of differentiation between them. I used the H2 for the longest time. It wasn't the best at everything, but it worked well for my particular playstyle. It even crawled its way to the P512 to unlock it, and that was fully underwater. So originally, when I was playing the game, I used the Hummer H2 because at the time, it had the fuel and repair point add-ons that I could use, and I drove it all the way through Smithville Dam to, was that Drummond Island? And I drove it through the hard way to get the P16. So I used the Hummer H2 to get the P16 at the time, and it meant winching it through these tiny little spots to get to a point where you could drop down and hope that you didn't fall over. So there was that. Nope. What you doing? Not like that. Turn, please. Still not like that. I was not happy with the Hummer. Fully upgraded it, and it felt it wasn't any better than the CK, so I just went back to... I like the CK because I'm a Chevy truck guy. I'm really a Chevy truck guy. Well, the Hummer has a larger engine than the CK. That's the only thing about that. There we go. So that CK pickup truck has a 5.7 liter V8, throttle body fuel injection. Nothing fancy, nothing special. It is the most utilitarian of trucks that you can possibly get. Mark, thank you so much for the subscription there, dude. That's awesome. Really appreciate that. And you get access to all those nifty little emotes now, which I am thoroughly proud of. The CK8 fuel on its top engine comparison, H2 would go around a whole map. The Hummer H2, I believe that came with the 6.2 liter. Is it the 6 liter or the 6.2? I think it came with the 6. No, it was a 6.0. The factory Hummer came with a 6 liter V8 LS engine. T model is the efficient model. I like the one that sounds good. Well, I mean, I'm sporting my Firebird today, but yesterday I was rocking the red Chevy t-shirt. So I am through and through a Chevy guy. I drive a Trailblazer and I have a Bumblebee Camaro. I have a legitimate Transformers Edition Camaro. So, ironically, the Wrangler gets that 6.2T, but it doesn't feel... Yes, you're right. You're right. It feels strange in the application of power. How far is your garage from your setup? Outside. Actually, the vehicle section of the Discord will have pictures of my Camaro and my Trailblazer in there. So if you do have Discord, or if you want to join the Discord, I think the link just went by for the Discord. And if you're not part of the Discord's pretty fun. I mean, we have some decent conversation going over there. Exactly, just like that. So there's a vehicle section for like vehicle pictures and everything like that. I just fixed the shift linkage for the second time on the Blazer. What year Blazer? Because you've got that awful, depending on what year it is, you've got that awful linkage that's all linkage rods that has the Z-bar Oh, '08 Trailblazer? Oh, so you're talking about the shift cable. So you get the little stupid lever on the bottom that's got the little ball stud where the cable end keeps popping off the ball stud because the ball stud either wears away or it rots away if you're in New England. One. Okay, now we got to turn around. Turn around somehow. Okay. Let's see how well this thing does at negotiating this corner. Oh, actually, this is very nice. This truck is... Oh, I love how this... Oh, short wheelbase is where it's at. It has this bushing that wears out, and this is the second time I've replaced it. Yeah, it is a very bad design. Very bad design. Had two Jeeps, a TL and an LJ, or JL, excuse me. Now we just have the Chrysler 300, trying to get my life back together so I can have another Wrangler. You know, here's the thing. I've always liked two-door off-road vehicles. I had a two-door Tahoe for the longest time. I've had a ridiculous amount of K5 Blazers. You're in Maine, everything rots. Mark, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I have friends who actually live up in central Maine. They're like up in the middle of nowhere. Nowhere. I have a 80 GMC K10 once upon a time. So if you guys... you had 300 for 5 years, we like it. So here's the thing. If I listed off all of the Chevy trucks and cars and vehicles that I used to own, it may take a while. But if you guys want to hear the vehicles that I have owned, I will go through the list. And I'm pretty sure I can remember almost all of them. I love that horn. That's a good horn. Oh yeah, beacons for safety. Forgot about that. So yeah, let me know if you guys want to, if you want to hear the list of vehicles. Do it in Google search pictures. Well, it'll take a while. I have had a large amount of vehicles. Even had a Bronco at one point, but it had too many problems to be a main vehicle. What style of Bronco? I had a moron cousin who had a Bronco too, and that thing was a joke and a half. But it did have a 5-speed transmission. He also, for some reason, thought it would be a great vehicle to go pick up an engine and transmission for his Pontiac Firebird. Didn't even realize that the guy who sold him the transmission sold him a transmission that was not even compatible with the engine that he sold him. 86 Bronco, nice. I love the big, like a 78 Bronco, like the big Bronco. Those are cool. The old Broncos were pretty neat too. I do like how Ford brought back the Bronco, and it is now the direct competitor for the Wrangler. And it's the only competitor for the Wrangler. Chevy ain't gonna do nothing. Chevy ain't gonna step up to the plate for any of that stuff. It's kind of sad. There's only been a handful of vehicles that I've owned that were not Chevrolets, but even still, most of them were General Motors vehicles. So, let's see if we can't make this work. Change truck. So, let's go over here. There we go. Perfect. Oh yeah, VT Outlaw, the car show at Old Orchard. See, I would have gone to that. You know, chances are I probably would have gone to that. Wrangler people will not buy a Bronco no matter how well it handles or how better it is for daily driving. I know this because I'm one of those. Sylvan Ryan, dude, that is funny. I like that, and I'm totally on board with that. I haven't been to a show in over a year. Schedule has been everywhere. So there's actually another car show that's in Waltham, Massachusetts. And it's being put on by the Motorheads Car Club. I don't think I'm going to be able to attend. But also, I think in October 23rd, up at the Fox Run Mall, is the Trunk or Treat that they're putting on. The Seacoast Cars and Coffee is doing a Trunk or Treat event, which I went to the one in 2019 and was probably one of the most fun things I've ever done. The Bronco is a shit show at the moment. Ford needs to pull their head out. Yeah, the delamination on the... yeah, Waltham is a really nice town. So there's a big estate over there, and I forget the name of it, but someone who used to live there built vehicles once upon a time, and that's the area that they're using for the car show. Alright, so change over to this. Back to cargo. And then let's advance the timeline so it's morning and we can see what we're doing. Alright. Make this work. Trusty old Freightliner. But yeah, because I was at the New Hampshire Highland Games last weekend. Oh no! What are you doing? Don't do that. That. Well, at least the tire is still. Well, tire's still kind of together. Yeah, we're good. We're good. So the New Hampshire Highland Games were last weekend. It was a great time. Such a good time. The weather was beautiful, all except that one storm that passed overhead. But that was a thing that happened. But that's why I was not up in Maine at the Old Orchard Beach Car Show, which sounds like it was an awesome time. That sounds like it was just a blast all around. So a couple of the older and a little bit crazier vehicles that I have owned once upon a time. A 1971 International Harvester 1110 pickup truck. Two-wheel drive, regular cab, 8-foot bed, 304 V8 with an automatic transmission. I've also had a 1972 International Harvester 1210 pickup truck, so the 3/4 ton version. This was 4-wheel drive, regular cab, 4-speed standard transmission with the low crawler gear. It also had a homemade like dump style bed on it, which didn't work, so it was just like an old like flatbed basically. I've owned a 1984 Oldsmobile Delta 88, which was previously driven by the members of Godsmack before they made it big. So they would used to go to clubs and stuff and tour around in this boat of a car. Ouch! That was a lot more damage than I had anticipated. So they used to drive around in this giant Oldsmobile Delta 88. And I did some stuff to it after a little while of owning it. It had the factory 307 V8. Yep, Godsmack. So the 307 with the TH200 transmission was yanked out. I had a 1977... Loader, what's up, dude? A 1977 Oldsmobile Cutlass that I pulled the 350 rocket motor with mated 350 TH350 transmission. So I stuffed the TH350 and 350 cubic inch engine into the Delta 88 and then swapped over the rally wheels, and that was pretty cool. Right? Oh, we're building more stuff. Oh, cool. So it was a passive end. It was a lot of metal. That was a lot of metal. All right, so we have... Oh, okay. All right, this is cool. This is cool. So vehicle spare parts, we could technically drive around to places and get these things. This is awesome, actually. Jimmy Bob Cornflake, how big did you say? It was a 350 cubic inch Rocket 350 motor out of a 77 Cutlass. Godsmack are still belting out. They are. Sylvan Ryans, they are. So around New England, we had WAAF 107.3. And on Saturday nights at midnight, they used to have Real Rock Television. And on Real Rock Television, they did interviews and stuff with a lot of the bands. They played a lot of music. Godsmack was one of the bands that they interviewed, and they specifically talked about the Oldsmobile Delta 88 that they used to drive around and tour in, and they showed a picture of the thing. And wouldn't you know, there was all the proof that you needed, down to the matching hubcaps, to the dent that was in the right front fender that was more like a crease right above the wheel arch. So it was pretty cool. It was actually really, really cool. Jimmy Bob Cornflake, I don't remember. It was such a long time ago. It was such a long time ago. In addition to that Oldsmobile, I've had a 1970 Chevelle SS, 4-speed car, 12-bolt posi rear end with 373 gears. It's had everything from a 305 to a 350 to a 454. And the 454 actually came out of a boat. It was out of a Mercury Marine high-performance 454 rotating assembly. So that engine would wind out for a long time. I put a Edelbrock Performer RPM cam and matched intake manifold, Edelbrock Performer 750 CFM carburetor on top of it, and that thing was just ridiculously fun. What do I have now? I have a 2010 Camaro SS Transformers Edition, as well as a lifted 2008 Chevy Trailblazer. Trailblazers get the inline 6-cylinder, the 4.2 liter, and that's a great motor, especially in the after 05-06 is when they sorted out a lot of the issues with the Trailblazer when they did the minor change to the body style. So like the different front fascia and the different rear fascia. Yeah, they definitely did sway around curves lower. You got that right. I used to own a 1990. The big headlight Camaro is my favorite. So like the 2000, like the catfish gill style, or the catfish grill. I mean, I used to also have a 1990 454 SS pickup truck, short bed, short cab, all black, TH400 transmission, 373 gears, and a posi out back. That thing would just annihilate the tires. That thing didn't do much well. It drove around town, and it just broiled the tires. It had manifolds off of the engine, so it didn't have headers or anything like that. Downpipes into glass packs. Yeah, LS3 6.2 liter V8. Factory at like 425 horsepower, I think, something like that. No, that's not the big. That's not the big headlight one. That's those headlights are basically standard to all cars from that era. All right, so let's send this guy back to the garage because he has used his usefulness. So we have a crane truck here, but I wonder. So that's 1, 2. Oh, whoa! We got one all the way over there. Let's see. We could do 1, 2. So we need 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We get those two up there. So let's find something else. Oh, the first 5th gen Camaro. Okay. So the one that actually looked like a 69 Camaro. Waiting for your scat, ordered it in early March. That's awesome. What color are you waiting on? And unfortunately, there's so many vehicles that are just not available. Okay. Actually, you know what? Hold on. A Bandit. The Bandit go mag. Oh, dude. Wide body manual. All right. That's cool. That's really cool. That is very cool. How about the Bandit? Let's use the Bandit to go collect some spare parts. So we can then use this thing to collect 2, go ferry it over, collect 2, go ferry it over. So if we get the further ones, it shouldn't be too bad. And as far as K5s go, K5 Blazers, 79, 81, 84, and an 86? 79, 81, 80, or is it 81? 79, 86, and then there's... So I've had like 4 different K5 Blazers. My 86 K5 Blazer was the most awesome. That thing was lifted approximately 6 inches, 35-inch mud tires on it. It had a 12-bolt rear end swapped into it. It had the 4-speed transmission with the low crawler gear. I had actually taken the 350 out of the Chevelle. So I had the 454 for the Chevelle. I took the 350 out. I put it into the Blazer. Bolted up some headers. Got it running. Didn't bolt up the rest of the exhaust because I didn't have a Y-pipe to hook up. I drove around the Blazer with open headers, and cars pulled over out of their way in front of me because this thing had 35s, 6 inches of lift, mud tires, a winch bumper up front, a worn like 12,000-pound winch. That thing was so much fun. So much fun. I drove that thing through blizzards. That thing was a blast. Been heckling the dealer about it since July because the average wait time is 12 weeks, but they just can't tell me nothing. At the end of the month, I'll know if my car will be a 2022 or a 21, regardless. I want it. My first brand new vehicle, and it's taking... Yeah, Jimmy Bob Cornflake, I can truly sympathize with you, man. That's rough. Everything dealer-related right now is a mess. No new vehicles are hitting Ford, Chevy, Dodge, Toyota, anything like that. My 2018 Wrangler Rubicon Unlimited was my favorite vehicle, my dream car. I took more pictures of that Jeep than all other pictures in my life combined. Okay, guys, I am a huge car guy. And I appreciate this conversation more than you know, because cars are passion, and cars represent just something that you have so much interest in. And a lot of people who see an automobile and just see it as point A to point B transportation, that's a bummer. People who hop in a car who don't even know what year the car is, who don't even really know, oh, it's a Chevy, it's a Nissan. It's like, my God, you wound me deeply by saying that. It's rough, but cars are such a passion. And cars are such a labor of love at times, especially project cars. Project cars are one of those things where you spend so much time, effort, and energy that, you, through all of the blood and sweat and tears that you pour into a vehicle, like my Chevelle, I worked on that thing tirelessly for so long. I changed so many things, and every time I changed something, I made it more of me. I made it more of a personal extension of my own self. It represented me in its Everything about it represented me. Everything I changed made it more mine. And it was special because then you truly establish a bond. And yes, I understand that it is a thing, an unliving thing of, you know, steel and iron and rubber and vinyl. But you know what? It's yours, and it's an extension of your physical person, of your emotional self, of your perception. It's the thing that people, when you go driving into a parking lot and somebody's standing in front of a McDonald's, they don't see you behind the steering wheel of a car. They see that car. That car is the physical manifestation of you as a person. And all of the time and energy that you spent into that, that's a lot. That says a lot. And car guys get that. My Ruby was special. I always looked back at it every time I saw it, gave me the feeling, and every time I drove it. It was never boring. It was always special. I hope another JL comes back to me someday. My first car was a Vega. I got to learn to drive around the woods of our farm at 13. Very cool. All right, let's also... Oh, let's kick out these outriggers. All right. Oh yeah, we do this just right. But yeah, man, this is some great conversation tonight, guys. It's really great conversation, and I really appreciate stuff like this. Like this is what I'm here for, and this is what I am super passionate about. I am interested in. You know, I am interested in what you guys are interested in. Grams had a Vega, hated the thing. Oop, oop, oop. Come on now. Come on. Get in the back of the truck. Sit down back there. There we go. Oops. Alright. Fine, if you don't want to play nice, I'm gonna kind of shove you right on in there. There we go. There we are. Alright. At cargo. Door crane. Now let's try to get out of here without rolling over. Which actually I think we can go this way, so that's not too bad. Project cars are a passion. Project cars are definitely... The crane camera angle is horrendous. Not sure what the devs were... Yeah, so the crane mechanics in this, I really am not super thrilled by. It's not the best. It's absolutely not the best. Also, this truck has so much frame flex. This thing's fantastic with the frame flex. Because it keeps all of the tires on the ground proper. Bought a Pontiac Aster station wagon at 15. Got rid of it when I got my license and got a mid-70s Chevy Nova 2-door. Novas are cool. Novas are very cool. I like the, like a 68, 69, 77. The Novas through the early 70s were very similar to them, you know, to all the rest of the Novas, but... Okay. You know, it's unfortunate that we don't have any more. And the evolution of cars, the lack of wagons, the lack of just cars that have fallen by the wayside. Got that Vega over 40 years ago? That's pretty wild. All right, so let's go all the way up over here. Let's try to get that one. Kind of. So we'll go here. Kind of sploosh down here. Kind of go around there. Up there. Over this way. And then let's see if we can't get that from there. Grocery getters. Silence. The big people hauler wagons. Where you had the rumble seat that was facing the back end. Or the facing traffic as you were, being driven along inside of it. Exactly. Yep. Station wagons are no longer a thing. Station wagons have been replaced by, the idea of the crossover SUV. To be honest, I overheated my Trans Am like 8 years ago and left it on the side of my mom's house. Last year she passed away and I bought her house. Now I look at the decaying beast and cringe at what damage I've done not fixing it sooner. What year Trans Am, Mirror Flexen? And I am sorry to hear that, bud. 2002 W. Oh, dude. What color? Life does happen. You're right. But you know what? Life can also still be filled with regret. Ah, no! What happened? We grazed up against that, and man, oh man. Hold on. Ugh. We used all of our repair points. Black on black with a T56. No, that's still a lot of sheet metal in there. That is a lot of sheet metal. While the bumper covers and a lot of the exterior pieces can be plastic, the everything else is all metal. So the F body, it's not, oh crap. The F body is not a unibody construction. It kind of is. It's got a whole half frame. It's got a solid rear axle. So like a GM 8.5 inch rear discs. Oh yeah, pro save all right. Pure utter luck. Let's also pack the cargo again because it broke loose. Yes, it's got that huge torque arm that goes all the way up to the front of the car. A lot of people will put the... take a 77 Trans Am is a great year. 77, 78, 79. Hey, wait a minute. Did I get this? Did I? Apparently I never got this. Oh, no, I did. Okay. So you've got that giant subframe that's basically the first half of the car. A Chevy Nova was of the same similar style and design like that. You had the giant subframe that went underneath, and then it was unibody from there. So people used to use all the subframe connectors because those cars, even if you had the T-tops in it, your car would definitely twist, and not in a good way at all. But that's a 2002 WS6 is a really, really cool vehicle. That's a neat ride. And given a early 2000s Camaro versus an early 2000s Trans Am, I would take the Trans Am WS6 any day over a Camaro SS. No. Ah! That was not a pro save. Oh, man. Your spare parts, bud. Okay. I don't know why that tree broke either. That is unfortunate. So, let us dispatch a vehicle to go rescue ourselves. And let's see which vehicle we should use to dispatch to rescue ourselves. Ladder torsion bars to the rear ends. So, ladder bars were a way to... So, that car had a panhard rod, it had a torque arm, and it had the lower control arms. So, very close silence. You are 100% correct. Let's see. What do we want for a rescue vehicle? Because I think we can actually use a scout vehicle as a rescue. I have the Phoenix. The Phoenix is actually really nice. Silence, have you seen any of the gameplay of the Phoenix? Because if you haven't, I will use the Phoenix. What do we want to use? See. Could use the Tatarin 420. Haven't used this thing in a long time. I love the look of the one that's yes, this one right here. That's the TUZ 420 Tatarin. And it looks like it's got kind of a gator skin on it. So we're gonna maybe we'll use this. We'll kind of crash around in this thing. This thing is a great scout vehicle. It's a great recovery vehicle. The only unfortunate little bit is that it... you just got this game like 3 days ago? Take it back. The Apache is the worst scout. It's got no trailer hitch and steers like a brick. Alright, so... Actually, so if... Silence! What platform are you actually playing this game on? And how are you enjoying this game? We can do... I love the cab. If you turn the camera around, you can have a party. Yeah. Alright, so this is the Phoenix. So we can get rid of the sideboard bed, and we could put this obnoxious loading arm, which actually takes it from S plus to S on the power. Oh, whoops. Loading crane. Let's do this. Let's go driving around with a giant loading crane on the back. So this is the Tatra Phoenix. The only drawback to the Tatra Phoenix currently, or at least in any perception, is the fact that it has the 46-inch tall tires. But yeah, Sasquatch, you are 100% correct. You can have a party in the back of that thing. The Yar has a lot of room in the back of it as well. Also, one of the Kolobs has, like, stadium seating. PC, I like it a lot. I found it to be a bit arcadey, so I added realism overhaul and no recovery, and I play on hard mode. Very cool. Very cool. I have played this game, vanilla, on the console for a long time, since release, and I absolutely love this game. Love this game. Alright, so let's go straight this way. It does, doesn't it? This, so here's the unfortunate thing. Even though this lift arm looks like it's larger, stronger, beefier, and more robust, it is no stronger than any of the other lift arms in the entire game thus far. Also, I love the ground clearance underneath the cab-over style design. The Tatra 813 has enough interior room to put a scout truck inside of it. Yeah, it's funny when you look at some of the vehicles that have like huge crew cabs inside of them, and then you're just that single one guy. Played it a ton back in its previous incarnation, Mud Runner. It was Mud Runner and spin tires. They made the whole experience a lot more user-friendly now. Yeah. So here's the interesting thing. If we look at the suspension system, this is one of the most high-tech suspension and drivetrain systems. This Tatra actually has a ladder frame on top of its traditional Tatra style, like that tube that runs down the whole middle of the truck right there. Mud Runner is crap now after playing this game because it was all about yeah, I can't do just logging. Just logging is not that fun. So this also has airbags. So you have the airbags there. There's an airbag for each individual axle or each individual tire. Each individual tire swings separately from itself. It's not mounted on a rocker or a pivot like a lot of the other trucks, say like the Caterpillar CT680 or 681. Usually that tube, that torque tube, right, or not torque tube, that drivetrain tube right there. Here's the thing. They can actually, with Tatra vehicles, they configure them by bolting on extra axle sections. So if you look at the, well, you can't really see it with the sun right there. Let me kind of pull out of the... So if you see that round end cap that's right there, that round end cap can actually be removed and a whole other separate axle section can be bolted up to that because the drivetrain runs through this entire tubular assembly back there. And if you ever have a chance to read up on Tatra vehicles, definitely take a look at their technical specifications and the configurations that they have. It's a really unique system and setup. Also, the war rig from Mad Max Fury Road with Tom Hardy. The war rig is a Tatra truck, and when you see the undercarriage of the truck, it actually has that giant single tube that runs through it like its spine, basically. The Tatra Phoenix actually has an additional frame that is on top of that setup, but some of the other Tatra vehicles don't actually have that. They're just that tube. And it's a really remarkable, unique system. And it's what makes the Tatra vehicles some of the most sure-footed vehicles. And you watch from the side as we go over bumps and ruts and everything like that. Each of those wheels, all 8 of those wheels, move independently of one another. None of the tires and wheels are actually connected to any of the other tires and wheels. And it's a very, very cool system. I love watching it. Just kind of go down there. Boop. Yep, right on down. Exactly. Sasquatch, we're here for cars, we're here for trucks, we're here for food, we're here for knowledge about various different, stuff and things. Truck technology. We're all about it here. All about it. So I would imagine that they are like bolted together. So here, let's do this. Let's go back to the garage real quick, and I'll show you because it's actually, and I think the Tatra 813 has the best view when it doesn't have the body on it. So let's pull this up here. We'll go over to it. We'll take a look, and we can show you. So, all right. So we'll do this. Customize. So here is a traditional truck ladder style frame. Trying to get around here. You've got because it's a ladder style frame because it's those 2 giant bars that run down, and your drivetrain sits either as close to that or just below that. So you've got your transfer case that is mounted separately, that's bolted to the frame. Which is what divides the power from, the going to the rear tires and to the front tires. So you've got different configurations of transfer cases. Then, you've got your front axle up front that you can see underneath there. But then when you pull up something like the Tatra, and we'll pull up the 813 because this one's probably the best example. So we'll remove the sideboard bed. And, oh, this one actually still has the frames. I think it's, no, you know what it is? Which one is it? There's another Tatra. Hold on. Let me get the other Tatra. Hold on a second. Tetra. Oh, you know what it might be? Here, actually, this will be easier. Buying one will be significantly easier. All right. So, basically, that frame on this one is purely to mount the accessory components, like the bed or those toolboxes on the side, the fuel tanks. But if you look right down the center spine on this thing, it doesn't have any external drive shafts. It doesn't have any external, drive components. Those bars that connect are actually torsion bars. So with a torsion bar suspension, you're relying on the twisting action of that steel beam to give you your suspension. And it's actually kind of a neat setup. So you've got individual arms connected to that round tubular system. And then those other little bars are your torsion bars that act as your spring. And then you've got just the drive axles that go from that center section out to the tire. CCM RV, it's an RV that looks pretty freaking cool. If you watch the Dirt Every Day RV that they actually took to the Holly LS Fest, that, my friend, is an RV that is pretty amazing. Just uploaded a pic of the fried chicken I made for lunch to Discord. I saw that earlier. That looked very good. It looked very, very good. Truck storage, sell this guy. So we'll sell him, and then we will get back to, yes, mirror flexing. Yes, very much. Very, very much. And that's the cool thing about it. The great thing is, we had another one of our cool people who were hanging around here earlier. His name is Rumbada. He's actually from Romania. And in Romania, they were a Russian country, a Russian Federation country up until the early 90s. That meant they got all of the Russian military-style vehicles or Russian, factory vehicles. He had a lot of Dons. Well, not really a Don. It's the Don 71 that's in this game, which is a called. What the hell's it called? So the Don is the 4x4 car. It's called a Lada Niva. And if you've ever seen one of those cars in real life, very cool. Yes, VT Outlaw, thank you very much. For some reason, I was drawing a blank on it, and I appreciate that. Thank you. It's a really neat vehicle. It's basically like a tiny little crap can that's four-wheel drive. So I wouldn't even compare it to an AMC Eagle, like the hatchback Eagles. It is so strange. The Lada Niva is actually a unibody chassis, where the AMC Eagles, I think, were a body-on-frame, I think. I would have to double-check on that. I have a friend who stuffed, I think it was a 440 into a two-door AMC Eagle. And it was insanity. The thing was just bonkers. All right, come on now. Good? I think we're good. Yeah, the Lada Niva is actually a really, really interesting and unique vehicle. All right, now, where did my cargo go? Oh, there's one over there. Okay. So, let us kind of there we go. Let's position ourselves here. Put out the crane outrigger. Yeah, we're here for all kinds of cool information. Fun stuff. The outriggers were out. All right. There we go. All right. There we go. Oh, big. A little bit further this way. There we go. Oh, I did see that. I did see that. That was unique and interesting for sure. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. I watched that not that long ago. That is your favorite childhood movie? Man, that's great. Another thing we discuss quite a bit of on this channel is movies and television shows. There is a lot of discussion about that. Rick Moranis, Bill Pullman, the late, great, wonderful John Candy, Mel Brooks, chew your gum. Michael Winslow, actually. Michael Winslow for all of the... Raspberry! Yeah. Lone Star! Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park, I have to say, was the first movie that really made me stop and think about the soundtrack to a film. John Candy, yeah. Uncle Buck. Uncle Buck was fantastic. Uncle Buck was such a great movie. And it had, you know, for as crude of a movie as it was, it had heart behind it. So, I don't know. Wagons East, one of his, what was it? Wagons East or Canadian Bacon was his final film. The Great Outdoors. The Great Outdoors, Dan Aykroyd. So good. Such a great movie. Monkey Bum. I'm not done with my stuff, but I can't focus, so hello! Monkey Bum, hello. We are talking about John Candy and John Candy movies and Spaceballs. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles with Steve Martin. Yep. Oh, crud. This goofy little, like, wagon-looking thing is kind of getting in my way. I was watching the new show Mel did, another old comedian, and they are talking about they couldn't make the shows they did today. They did some of the song Springtime for Hitler from the producers. John Candy made even bad movies watchable and fun. Yes. The shotgun with the lamp, yes, at the end of the barrel always cracked me up. Yes. Yep, because the bear... what about the guy who always gets struck by lightning? The poor dude who gets struck by lightning all the time was just like, oh, man. Right, let's try to... Okay. Go. All right, and we get that little thing. All right, perfect. We are in business. Who's Harry Crumb? And what about the one where he gets hit in the head with the typewriter? And, yes, this is 66 times. Yes. Oh my God, yes. That's right. It's got, no. What the hell is the name of that movie? Delirious, yes. Because that's got, what's her name? Margot Hemingway. Margot Hemingway in Delirious. And then, okay, here's another John Candy one. Here's, what, was that John Candy? Has anybody ever seen Nothing But Trouble? Dan Aykroyd. That was a really, really messed up movie. Nothing But Trouble. And if you've ever seen that, that is a quality film. Right. Actually, where do we have to go with this anyways? Oh, okay. So that's not too bad. So we can get in there, we can loop around, and then we can dump that off. And then there's 1, 2, 3 over there. What is the one? He is the soap writer. That is, this also has a hitch to pull scout trailers as well. Yeah, that's true, actually. I think that is Delirious because he's the, he's a writer in Delirious. And he gets hit on the back of the head and, thinks he's in one of his soap operas. Love Nothing But Trouble. Yes, the Bone Stripper. Yes. I never was able to find that song anywhere, William Sterling. Also, William Sterling, hello, how are you? Armed and Dangerous, yes, with Eugene Levy. That was a great one. When he tries to commandeer the giant lifted truck and they dump the beer on him, so he pulls out his switchblade and he slashes the tire and he just walks away. Gateway to Quarry are locked. They have to figure out what mission unlocks them. In Tamir, yeah. I will recommend the Azov 64-131 for when you start doing those missions. Ah, no! God darn it! Try this again. So we get the fuel over here. So probably after I dump off this first load, I'm going to go back, recover this thing, because it's been beaten to living hell. Yes. Yes, it is. Correct. Alright. So that's filled up. Repairs, we don't have any more repair supplies, but we have 1 extra tire. Okay, let's dump this stuff off and then go back for the other stuff. The one with the Bone Stripper, I love it. There's a poke at the... Yeah, that's Centralia, Pennsylvania. Barricades, yes. The barricades as well as the concrete slabs that are just sitting there on the ground, all like innocuous and thinking, hey, why don't you just drive right over us? No problems here, folks. And then you basically ruin your entire truck. Oh yeah, this one's got not a bad horn. This one also has the party bus interior as well. And I think these style of seats... Oh wow, there's a jacket over there. Huh, that's a nice jacket. Basically, these style of seats were what I was sitting on in that Swiss off-road vehicle when we went ziplining. Right on, brother. Puma, what is your favorite John Candy movie? Also, so good to see you, my friend. That is a tanker helmet. No, that's just a hard hat. All of them. Puma. All right, where are we going? Puma, I'm gonna have to give you a timeout, man. Can't roll with that, buddy. Sorry. Oh, John Candy, an American classic. He just had such goofy, funny Home Alone. Was that Post Malone home and John Candy left him there? Yeah, see, these right here are awful. Those concrete slabs, not fun. Not fun whatsoever. All right, so let's go drop off 1, 2. Oh yeah, Puma. Speaking of. Goldfish, brother. Goldfish. Can't watch Wagons East, it makes me too sad. Yeah, William Sterling, I get you there. I understand that. Favorite line is from Summer Rental. No, you did pee your bed, you peed their bed. Uncle Buck is such a great movie. Such a great movie. Alright, so I think I can go get that. No, crap, wait, no. Maybe? Hold on. Let's see if I can get that. Because I'm going to have to get these and then loop back around because I still haven't repaired the pipeline. So that's a thing. What time is it? It's like 20 to 9. What about planes, trains, and automobiles? Basically when they're cuddled up there together. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, at the end of it, has... it... That's also a hard one, too. Alright. Actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to use this crane. Oops. Yeah, that's too far down. Oh, no, it's not. Holy crap! Can't watch the... Yeah, Fast 7. Yeah. I'm stuck on. There we go. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, will you look at that, party people. When making Delirious, the ladies were amazed at how good of a dancer John Candy was. The end of Fast 7 is a banger. Alright, come on. Up. Okay. Stole crane. Pack the cargo. Can't watch Fast 7 anymore or listen to that song. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I have soda. That whole thing was a crying shame. That really was a crying shame. And unfortunately, that particular incident happened, and it sucks that it did. And the really crappy part about it is it didn't have to happen. But what can you do, you know? Lost interest before he died. That's understandable. All right, let's go turn in this one. We'll recover, then we'll try to go get those other two. It was also the last oh, I got you, Monkey Bomb. I gotcha. So I guess on that note, movies that you have an emotional connection with. There's got to be a lot of them. Whether it's a particular movie that comes along at a certain point in your life that strikes a chord with you and then you carry it forward. Yeah, Sasquatch, they definitely did. They definitely did. But that's the only way that they can keep making it bigger and badder and crazier. The Sandlot, yeah. Oh, man. That's a movie. Sandlot is a great movie. That's a classic, though. You're killing me, Smalls. All right, so we want that one there, and then we want that one there. Then we'll go around. We gotta go. You know what? Actually, we'll drive out here. We'll loop around. We'll get that. We'll come back around. And then we'll get that. And then we'll head in there. Okay. Twister. Misery. Ooh, Misery. That's a brutal one. I stopped watching before it became about saving the world and stupid crap like that. I think 2 was the final straw. Cutting Edge. Dad would always randomly yell out toe pick. Favorite movie is obscure and not many have seen it. It's called Redline. It's an animated film. Redline. Let me see. Redline, a 2009. I can't really think of any movie I have an emotional connection to. Maybe Joker. So, is that the 2009 Japanese animated science fiction film? Yeah, it is a Fast and Furious clone, that's right. But there's Redline, there's Biker Boys. I think that's got to be it then. All right, so which truck are we using for this little go-around? Well, you know, this has worked out for us so far, so let's keep using this. Thought Biker Boys was good. Didn't have... Yes, it did have Lawrence Fishburne. I redlined the tack on a car once. It didn't end well. You're not really supposed to do that, William Sterling. But, I mean... things happen. Alright, so we go there, and then we bang a left. The first Witch Mountain. Okay, very cool. Very, very cool. Wild Hogs, best biker movie ever. Oh, man. All right. Over here. So, I think one of the movies, for me personally, is probably the first Transformers one with Michael Bay. Just because of the time in my life, the people that I watched it with, and this was even before ever owning Transformers Camaro. So, I mean, it was a full 10 years before I got my Camaro. Can't watch Old Yeller or Where the Red Fern Grows without crying. Anyone remember that horrible biker movie, Torque? Oh. But yeah, the first Transformers movie, though, where that was 2009, I think. So, all right, how are we gonna get this bad boy? Let's see. Maybe this way. Oh, yeah. All right, there we go. So, what's next? Let's see. Can we go this way? Oh, this is a lot less deep than I thought it was going to be. I've seen the cover of the movie, but never the movie itself. And speaking of looking at movies, I truly miss Suncoast Video, and I miss Blockbuster. I don't care what anybody says, I miss Blockbuster. Torque, where they were fighting each other on crotch rockets going 200 plus miles an hour down to City Street at the end. Oh, it's great, isn't it? It's so great. Some Hells Angels would tease me about my Kawasaki bike, called it a very politically incorrect word followed by rocket. Be kind, please rewind. Passive and absolutely. So much. Alright. There we go. Alright, come on. Spin, spin, spin. This is taking forever to spin around. There's also a cult car chase movie called Highwaymen, 2009. How about a cult Roger Corman car movie called Death Race 2000 with David Carradine and a very young Sylvester Stallone. All right, there we go. Cargo, Stall Crane, always forgetting to return movies on time. Yeah, and then they would also, you know, just bang you for the late fees and everything else. So if we go here, here, here to there. Okay, no, we can maybe do this? I don't know. Renting movies, yes. The second Gone in 60 Seconds is one of my all-time favorites with Nicolas Cage. The Italian Stallion. Rocky was a good movie. I liked Rocky, the first Rocky. Death Race 2000 was an awful and awesome... That is exactly the point. Roger Corman was brilliant in his social commentary. We also had the warehouse, movie rentals, CD purchases, and a Ticketmaster desk for concert tickets. Yeah. I liked Suncoast because Suncoast had a lot of movies. The original Gone in 60 Seconds is a classic. Also, what's the other one with the lunatic with the Challenger, the white Challenger? Crap, I can't remember the name of it. I have it too. It's somewhere over there. I love the Godfather series. I can't watch it over and over. It's such a great... I can watch it over and over. It's such a great story. What was it? Carlito's Way or... Vanishing Point. Sylvan. Yes, Vanishing Point. Absolutely. That was a weird movie. That dude all hopped up on chemicals and drugs and everything else. Here's one for you. And it's not really a car movie as much as it has cool cars in it. Who has seen My Science Project? And that is a sci-fi classic. It's actually got... what the hell is his name? American Graffiti. Yes. Hello, Australia. Caden Johnson. Thank you very much for stopping by. Yes, Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper reprising his weird costume from Easy Rider. If you didn't notice that. Weird Science was a classic. Anthony Michael Hall and Raquel Welch. So, Caden Johnson, we are discussing movies right now, and at the same time playing SnowRunner. So, oh, crud. Ah, no! There it goes! Don't do that to me! Oh, my goodness. Black Moon Rising with Tommy Lee Jones. Yes, and, yeah, Young Iron Man, you're right. Caden Johnson, thank you very much for the follow, man. I really appreciate that. All right, this is going to be a very interesting recovery, I believe. Let's see. I like Roger Corman's Battle Beyond the Stars. The Manta Fighter engine sounds... were sampled from a big block dragster, and it sounded awesome. And thank you very much for the vote of confidence there. Caden Johnson, awesome. Yeah, we're here to just have a good time. Oh, Sylvan Ryan with the follow as well. Thank you so very much for that, guys. Oh, man, what are we doing now? We are recovering ourselves, so let's get something that's a little bit more sure-footed. Sylvan Ryan, finally with the committal. And I certainly hope that your commitment to following is not ill-placed. I hope we can follow through on quality, enjoyable content for you. So let's see. We don't want the Tatarin because this does not do good in deep water. The Tega with the mud tires, however, may be pretty okay. Tatra's not horrible. The Wraith. I have The Wraith with Charlie Sheen. That movie, the Dodge Turbo, manufactured with, or in conjunction with PPG. It had that twin turbo, I think. 2.2 liter twin turbo. The whole thing was crazy. The entire car was crazy. We need something very sure-footed because we don't want to repeat any of the issues we continue to have here. The Wraith is such a fantastic movie. That is an awesome movie. I love that movie. F-750? Definitely not a twin steer. You know what? Good old Azov 5319. Azov 5319. Let's use this bad boy. Boot scoot boogie right on out there. And do a little bit of recovery action. Yeah, The Wraith is such a great movie. That is a classic. Don Cassavetes was also in that. And the dude who drank, like, chemicals and stuff like that. Scuzz, I think his name was. He drove a Barracuda. So that car had... So that movie actually... Red Dawn, classic. The original Red Dawn with Patrick Swayze. Gotta be the original. They had 3 of the cars that the movie... from that movie in a junkyard in Chula Vista when I was in the Navy. Alright, let's see if we can't fix what we goofed up on over here. Yeah, that was a... if I only had the money, I could have bought the molds for the Interceptor in the Wraith before they were scrapped. Only 12 grand. Wow. Yeah, because that was a whole single... That was a single panel, I think. OG Red Dawn is the only Red Dawn. Oh, man. What the hell were their school mascot there? Not the Weasels. The... something or other. I can't even remember the name of the damn school mascot. Wow, that's awful. Wolverines, thank you. I was thinking Weasel for some reason. Weasel was stuck in my head, and I don't know why. All right, there we go. And over we go. Over hill, over dale, as we hit the dusty trail. Alright, so we are all the way over there. And we need to cross where? Where are we going to cross? I think if we go here, here, then over... Okay. Nope, maybe we can do this. Maybe we can do this. We'll give it a shot. Point of no return, Nina Simone. How about Point Break? Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze. Or Patrick Swayze in Black Dog with Travis Tritt and Meatloaf. Did I see the new Nicolas Cage movie where he has to find the guy's daughter or the explosive on his neck and balls will blow? No. I did, however, see Color Out of Space. Johnny Utah, right? Booyah Moon 1. I remember The Wraith. That was a great movie. That chick Carrie was pretty hot as... Yeah. What the hell was her name? And that the story behind that movie is just super messed up, the whole plot of the damn thing. But seriously, if you haven't seen Black Moon Rising, I think you should be... It should be on your viewing. So, Sylvan Ryan, on our Discord, we have a specific location for discussion of movies. We can put those movie suggestions right there. Wolverines, Weasels are in Columbus, Ohio. Ohio. All right, let's see if we can't fix little faux pas that we've created here for ourselves. All right. Don't keep going. Why you keep going? Winch. That point. Reverse. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right. Change truck. And this bad boy. Well, we got Shawshank Redemption. Keanu. Don't forget Speed. Yes. Oh, come on now. Come on. Oh, no, no, no. All right, so we go forward. We go forward, we don't go backward. Storm, the Cage movie is called Prisoner of the Ghostland. I don't think I've heard of that. The Green Mile was a fantastic movie. It is a crying shame that Michael Clark Duncan has passed away because that man had a fantastic career ahead of him. Willy's Wonderland is also a very messed up movie. William Sterling, 100% correct. Maximum Overdrive with Emilio Estevez, based on a Stephen King short story. Very good movie. All right, so let's see about doing a thing here. Cheryl Fenn played Carrie. Yeah, Maximum Overdrive was a great movie. That was a seriously messed up movie, though. Let's, we got this. Oh, we maybe got this. Lawless is a classic. Lawless is a great classic. Over the Top, Sylvester Stallone, the arm wrestler. When I turn my head around, I become a machine. Lawless is a wonderful movie. That's Tom Hardy and Shia LaBeouf with crap, what's his name as the special investigator. Stephen King's The Mist is based on my hometown. Stephen King's The Mist, even Stephen King said the way that Frank Darabont ended that movie even blew him away. I think Stephen King said he hates Maximum Overdrive. A lot of Stephen King's early works and pieces were based on him being completely annihilated on drugs. Air America with Mel Gibson, or Con Air with Nicolas Cage, and what's his name? There's a Cole Meany is in that, and the guy who played in Grosse Point Blank. Shoot. He's got a sister who played in Toys with Robin Williams. And Cuba Gooding Jr. Coke and Bud Tall Boys. Malkovich, thank you. Yep, Con Air had Malkovich in it. John Malkovich, which being John Malkovich with, same guy. Crap, what the hell's his name? John Cusack. Yes, sister Joan Cusack. Has anybody ever seen the movie Toys? Robin Williams, Joan Cusack, Cuba Gooding Jr. All right, so let us try to get this thing over here. How about Red and Reds with Malkovich. The Mangler with the guy who plays Freddy. Cusack, Better Off Dead. That is a great movie. He also is good in Grosse Point Blank. Toys is very old school. I saw Toys in the movie theater. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. All right. So, 1408. J Stu joining the fun. Oh, we didn't forget LL Cool J. LL Cool J was great in Toys. Pack cargo, restore crane, repair the engine, and now let's see what we can make happened. I'm watching an interview with the star of Clockwork Orange, and he can't stand... Yeah, that movie really kind of messed him up. Jurassic Park in the theater, yes. Took my son to see Toys in the theater back in the day. Yeah. What the hell is the guy from A Clockwork Orange? Grosse Point Blank is yeah. That is a lot of people's favorite movies right there. Grosse Point Blank. The Abyss. That was... No. The Abyss with Mary Elizabeth Masters-Antonio. Ed Harris and Michael Biehn. Yeah, Malcolm McDowell. Thank you. All right, if we got a little bit... Come on, keep moving. Keep going, buddy. The water's going to bring us around, guys. Who also was in Zombie's newer one, 31, and did an awesome job. I did not see 31. I didn't see 31. I still like House of a Thousand Corpses. Toys, yes, we saw it. Very out there. That limo bumping the bumper... Yeah, the bumper cars, yes. All right. 5319 is right there. William Sterling, you are so right. So right. See if we can't kind of... the submarine truck. That's right. Zombie comedy with Bill Murray. Not Zombieland. This is what we're going to try to do. Zombieland was great. I have an idea. No? Oh, that didn't work. The Deadpool... I don't think I've seen that. Try a different method here. Okay. The Azov is awesome. He plays a sheriff. I don't think... Boondock Saints. It is unfortunate that the second Boondock Saints was as poor as it was. Alright. We get something going. That's the one with Adam Driver and Tilda Swinton. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Change trucks to this guy. We'll pull this bad boy over. Okay, no, this is... Name of the movie is a song that keeps playing through the movie. Yeah, never seen it. I don't know which one you are referring to currently. Yeah, Boondock Saints 2 was not good. Steve Buscemi and Danny Glover are in it too. Is that a little bit too far? I love Steve Buscemi. Steve Buscemi in Con Air is pretty funny. All right, let's see if we can't pack the cargo. Perfect. And then for the crane. Perfect. Also, and then we just have to get up on that little sandbar right there. The Dead Won't Die. I don't think I've heard of that one. You gotta get out of my way. So we'll try to pull this guy around a little bit. A bunch of idiots dancing on a plane to a song made famous by a band that died in a plane crash. Yes, one of the best lines. One of the absolute best lines in that entire movie. I guess we'll just kind of try to pull it around this way. All right. Back to that truck. Try to keep it on the ground. All right. Oh my god. Armageddon, yes. I like Buscemi. Buscemi's a pretty cool dude. He's a very weird character, and he's also great in every Adam Sandler movie he's ever been in. Alright, so we're back on terra firma. And now, we just have to go get that one final one that's right there. So maybe we'll go here. That was a lot of great characters in that movie. Ben Affleck notwithstanding. Go get this last little one, and then we have to make our way back around because the pipe gets in the way, and I think there's only one spot we can actually get through. But oh my goodness. We almost have it. Almost have all of them. Alright. Train mode. Outriggers. Those are some nice outriggers, but they actually need to work. I don't know, man. Do you like Daredevil? Right. Bad boy up and in here. There's a what? I'm not a Batfleck fan. We'll put it that way. Also, Ben Affleck's younger brother, Casey Affleck, is apparently like a scumbag. Pepperjack! What is happening? We're hanging out. We're talking movies. We're playing some SnowRunner. We're doing all kinds of goofy stuff. We're having a great time tonight. Tonight is significantly better than the ill-fated bridge building. Door crane. Unpack. Pack. There we go. Is it? Yeah, Men at Work has Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen. That's actually pretty funny. Right now, I am getting the last two vehicle spare parts, and we're bringing them to the warehouse in the Tatra factory. Wait a minute. That wasn't there before. Oops. kind of squeak through. At least try to without getting our... Love that movie? Yeah, it's a good movie. Where they've got the air rifle. And then they find the dead body. They come from the land down under, I heard. When did this open up? This was not open previously. Or was it? No, it's this one that wasn't open. Okay. Back up. A little bit of Austin Powers, 10-point turn. There we go. Repo Man with Emilio Estevez. I like it when Sean Spencer from the television show Psych calls it Estevez. Actually, Sean Spencer, the James Roday, his last name is actually Rodriguez. James Roday Rodriguez. And he actually had his IMDb profile changed, and he had everything updated to reflect his last name. All right, Tatra Factory, here we come. Oh, we're almost out of fuel, too. Repo Man had, what the hell's his name? Yeah. The last two pieces of cargo, folks, for this particular Slow and Steady, which is aptly named. We don't talk about Lawnmower Man. All right, well done. Now, this finally does look like a warehouse. You know your stuff, that's for sure. The Lawnmower Man was based on a Stephen King short story. There has nothing to do with the short story. Demolition Man is a fantastic movie. Demolition Man, good movie. Lawnmower Man, bad movie. All right, so we are in business. I can't believe how many times we rolled over in that thing. That was great. So, guys, I am thinking the game was even worse. Yeah. Being as how it is like 20 past 9 right now, we've been at this for over 4 hours. Methinks it's about time to start wrapping things up. So, what are our options here? Let's see who's kicking around. So before we go, we have to do that raid thing that we do because we need to take all this and we need to pay it forward because we've had such a great time tonight. And guys, if you haven't followed by now, hit that follow button, get notified when I go live. We roll into this without a plan. We roll into this without any kind of idea what the hell we're going to be doing or talking about or discussing or thinking about or even pondering. So, let's see. Anybody got any suggestions for this evening? And I'm looking for raid suggestions, fellow delightful individuals. But what we can do... Let's take a look-see. Are you pondering what I'm pondering? Ah, we just ran out of fuel. What do you know? I'm pondering a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff that runs through my brain. Sergeant Rusty is working on 7 Days to Die. You know what, guys? 7 Days to Die, it's a zombie-style game. We can go raid Sergeant Rusty because Sergeant Rusty is typically the one to raid our channel. So why don't we pay it forward and give old Sergeant Rusty a little bit of the the raid activity that he so graciously bestows upon us. And he is exactly a very good friend of the channel. So while he is doing something that is slightly different than SnowRunner, we're going to hop on over there and hang out and say hi, because Rusty's a good dude. Rusty also plays SnowRunner. Rusty also does a lot of other stuff. So, guys, I will be back tomorrow. Figure 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Hit that follow button if you haven't. Join the party. Let's talk movies, food, television shows, anything under the sun that we want to discuss. We can do that. And all of you that followed tonight, thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. And guys, believe it or not, we're knocking on the bottom side of 400. Okay? Getting close. Almost 400 people have followed this channel, which is weird to me. It's very strange. I don't know why. We just do what we do. So we're going to have a good time doing it. So, without further ado, let's go raid Sergeant Rusty, get those hype emotes locked and ready to rock, and we'll go do it.